It's the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Being brought to you live by Carhartt.
You know what? There's no way around it. Big-time bass fishing is about big ones. That's just an eternal truth right there, except this week, they are really big. This is the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest. This is day number 2. This is Bassmaster Live, and that's what it's all about right there. Giant bass in one of the legendary fisheries in all the world. Maybe, well, certainly for this week, the world capital of bass fishing, Lake Fork.
I feel like yesterday we had a little bit of a Cracker Barrel appetizer sampler of big bass.
Combo
I am dead serious. Today could be one of the most special days of this 2019 season.
Well, one thing you can't deny, and this has been true since it was announced, this is one of those special places on earth to catch big bass. There's the top 6 at the end of our day yesterday. That's the way they were spread out around Lake Fork. Only about 27,000 acres, but so productive.
This is an unofficial hummingbird lay of the lake where our leaders are at. We have cameras with all 6 of them, and here is the best part. The best part. We're taking a look at our leader after day 1, Chad Pipkins, weighing in the biggest stringer of his life, and every one of our leaders saying, oh yeah, I'm on him.
On fire yet, but just kind of getting the ball rolling. Seen a little bit of activity, not like it was, but I just think that shallow bite was pretty dang good, and it's got quite a bit tougher. You can see by the weights. I mean, it was pretty easy to catch some decent ones around the shad and stuff, and it got tough for that storm. So happy to have the one we got, and hopefully we can snatch a few more down this stretch of bank, and then we're gonna go stop on one of the meat holes and hopefully grab a sandwich of bass. We will see. Should be happening. It's where they're going.
One in the boat this morning, Chad Pipkins of Michigan taking over the lead today. Said it was all about timing for him yesterday.
Exactly right, and the way he's fishing right here is absolutely not how he caught him yesterday. Caught him out deeper, a little bit offshore, fishing kind of a mid-range depth, but rolling the dice a little bit and still, even though it didn't play yesterday, chasing that first hour shad spawn. Again, this was earlier today, Chad Pipkins. Can't really find the connection yet with Chad Pipkins and Garrett Paquette, the Michigan connection here on Lake Fork.
You go figure that. I figured you'd have that figured out by
Both
now.
of them with virtually no experience here yet in the top 6.
And Chad Pipkins fishing like never before since he broke his collarbone. There's another thing I can't figure out.
There's got to be one on there. Get one more of these. That will be it. Come on.
Boy, somebody we're looking at this morning who absolutely was wired out all day yesterday and earlier at takeoff. Threw a swim bait all day long yesterday, Chris Zaldane.
Yeah, here we go. This is our first spot here. It's a shad spawn spot. And I noticed the water has come up, 3 inches or so. So on each and every point I fished today, I could fish just a little bit shallower and shallower on it. On paper, and I mean, looking at it, the rising water should be better for the shad spawn. It's just you just got to cast right on top of those points there. I'm throwing a giant topwater here. This is a mega bass, mega dog, giant. I mean, 12, 13-inch bait. But with all the gizzards, thread fins and gizzard shad and white bass cruising around, I mean, you gotta trigger the biggest bass on that. It's like 10 or 11 inches. The biggest bass on this point, and it's a total timing deal. Like yesterday, I rolled up here and had a bite or two, then I went somewhere else, and then came back to this spot, caught a 7 and a 5. left this spot, went and fished around, came back to this spot, caught another 7 and a 5. So it's all timing. I'm gonna keep on, changing up baits, and caught a couple on on a normal size topwater this morning. I got three on the card. I could go for a little more wind, but as long as we got clouds or wind, we're in good shape. What we don't want is slick sun. So most of my damage yesterday, actually all of my damage came on a swim bait yesterday. And I noticed, as I cast up to that shad spawn point, all, like a school of shad. It looked like an Alabama rig coming back to the boat with my swim bait. So I just kept making the cast, and as long as there was shad around my swim bait, we were in business.
Chris Zaldain, who did a lot of his damage in a short period of time yesterday, kind of nickel and diming him so far today, but it could open up for him a little later on. Let's get out to the guy who's the co-holder of the biggest bass from yesterday at 8 pounds and 13 ounces, Brandon Cobb.
This is a big one. Oh, my drag's too loose. Don't go in the trees. Got it. That's a good one. Hey, try to stay off those bushes. Back up a little bit. Good start. I don't think he's 24 inches still. I can't catch 24 inches. Say my scale 0?
Yes, sir.
I struggle with these clips. There we go.
6'2", agreed? Hang on.
It's the waves.
6'2".
6'2", yep. Gotcha.
You want to still, or you want to go with just live?
I don't think we need to measure him, but we can. I'll just check him on his 22, see if he looks longer than it. But I don't think he's skinny, but
Beauty.
Nope, 23 incher. I can't catch 24 incher, save my life. This feels so weird, by the way.
All right.
What I just did there, throwing a 6-pounder back.
6'2", though.
Huh? Yeah, he's not 24. 6'2", and I got to sign your little card. 22 inches? I think they spread out in the morning or something, and then.
You got it right there. Anywhere.
Looked like she hammered it.
Did you see her weight on it?
Kind of the way to start the,
drag
start the
was
day
so-
right
Might
there.
want to just sit down and strap in for the rest of the day with
Yeah.
that guy right there. Wow.
No doubt. Already owns a victory this
What
year.
a throwback fish catch, man.
my gosh.
Oh my gosh, was that great.
That was fun. That was fun. Getting our guys on the board there. Keith Combs, a slow start yesterday. Had to be the favorite coming in here, and just really disappointed the first 2 hours of the day yesterday.
I'm seeing some fish this morning on the place where we caught them really good yesterday evening. Haven't got them to bite. Got one little one. I moved up on top of the point, and I caught one on a shallow running crankbait. But I'm very hesitant to leave out of this area because I know what it can produce, and I believe sometime today, mid-morning, it's going to light up. You're going to catch them here. But You know, that's one of those things where it's a decision that we'll be faced with before too much longer. Do we keep on winding in here and waiting for them to come to us, or do we move and hopefully come back? If I knew I could come back to it with kind of free rein like I had yesterday, it's kind of a no-brainer. But Fort gets a lot of local pressure, and we already know that it's the kind of school that you can't sit on. You have to pull up, catch them, leave them, come back, because they're spooky. So we'll keep winding around a little bit longer. Sure, will be good to get one. If I could get one or two of them to fire out here this morning, I'd probably stay here all day, or at least a lot longer. But if I'm not catching anything, I'm gonna have to leave before too much longer. There's some technical issues too.
Drew Benton is our first angler with a limit. He's jumped from 12th to 2nd with 16 1/4.
But I did see fish.
It's the exact spot yesterday that Combs caught him on a 6XD mid-morning. He said his graph absolutely lit up. He said there was dozens and dozens of marks when he would reel one in. And he had 2 other schools like this that he kept honest yesterday that just went bare. But the one thing Combs said after the weigh-in last night is he feels like they're coming to these areas by the hour right now. So that high water is not helping this that much, but just time of year is helping these kind of spots.
And we heard him say on Facebook Live this morning before we came on there, he said, look, I think I got to have 5 or 6 of these schools
Absolutely.
working if I'm going to win this tournament.
Said there is no way that he could win this tournament off of this spot. That's why you kind of hear him almost playing defense on this and wanting to almost burn this spot this morning if he can get him started. But he knows if he leaves that area right now, it is going to get vultured.
We're talking about full field of 75 today, fishing on a lake that's really only 27,000 acres, probably the smallest patch of water we'll fish this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
And Such, please stay on the BFAs, the big fish alerts, all day, okay?
Gotcha.
Thanks.
Yeah, alarm on, please.
Don't tell me.
What?
Don't do it this early,
Do
really?
I understand this correctly,
What?
where we're going?
No, we're not.
Yes, I think, yeah, apparently so.
You are spot on, Jack.
Big time guy on the board. I was on the board early this morning.
Ooh, yes,
Seth Fighter,
sir.
Seth, tell us what just happened here. What just happened?
The magic of the shad spawn. It happens early.
Seth, coming into this tournament, you were very, very, very concerned, just wanting to know mentally what you needed a day coming into this event. Kind of talk to us about where you're at mentally right now after day one, and especially this morning.
Yeah, well, practice was really good, so that settled me down. I thought this was going to be a place where, I mean, I think the weather kind of jacked the weights up a little bit yesterday, but, I was kind of worried going to a place where you're going to have to catch 25 pounds a day just to be relative. But, like in practice, my worst day was probably 22. I had like a 27 and a 25. I was counting fish, I'm shaking off and stuff. But it was pretty easy to catch 20 pounds. And then yesterday it got weird. I don't know what the deal was. Late start didn't help, and then I think all that lightning the night before kind of jacked it up. We got 3 inches of rain, so I think it kind of chilled the shad spawn out. But today they're back and popping, and I could have had a big bag yesterday. I just dumped a couple of the ones I needed, and this morning's starting out good. Got 2 nice ones, and I think I'm gonna get a couple more big ones here, and shortly, next half hour. Got nice overcast conditions. This bite should last pretty good till about 8:30, as long as that sun doesn't pop out. And I mean, the shad spawn, like them actually like spawning is kind of over, but these bass got these shad pinned up on these clay points, so they can't really leave. They got them pinned up there shallow, and basically anytime anything comes off that lip, they crush it. So as long as the clouds stay, these fish will stay up here, even though technically at this point in time the actual spawning of the shad's done with. But like I said, they just got them pinned up on these points, and they're not letting them leave.
Seth, your flow is definitely rolling this morning. Do you ever feel like the waves of Lake Fork are jealous of it?
They were pretty righteous yesterday. Today they are. You got to see my Marshall though. Flip this camera around. We got it going on in this boat today.
Let's see.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now we're in business.
That's called BC bonus coverage right there, my friend.
Thank you, Seth.
Get back to it.
We are getting back to you both of you. So good to talk to you this morning. We won't hold you up any longer. We're going to move off, Seth. That was fantastic.
Double guns in that
Absolutely.
boat.
Double
his
guns.
name.
Wow.
Double bonus coverage.
I don't even know what that meant.
That might have been a Tabasco Hot Spice, Flapjack, Cracker Barrel.
Oh my gosh. At the very least. Let's get out to Garrett the cat.
Yeah, this is exactly how it started yesterday. I got one spot I hit it 4 or 5 times yesterday, and I did not get a bite until 2 o'clock. And when I did, I caught almost 29 pounds in 15 minutes. I just think with the low light conditions, I think the fish get off of it, and it's just a little point in the back of a pocket. I think the fish, probably run up on a shad spawn or kind of suspend. I'm seeing some under the trolling motor and like 25 foot in the trees. But I had to keep it honest, obviously, because if they were there, it doesn't take long to catch them. So I'm going to idle around a little bit and see if the school of fish is left. You can see them real easily on your side imaging. This is like 10 foot of water. And if they have left, I'll probably, try some different things in the morning, maybe go up shallow for a little bit or throw a frog around and just keep this honest. We'll hit it 3 or 4 or 5 times throughout the day because all I'm looking for is 20 minutes of activity. If I can get them to bite for 20 to 30 minutes, it's all we're going to need for the day. So you'll see me here a lot. You'll actually see Chad Pipkins here a lot. We're both sharing the spot, which is kind of funny. He caught them big off of it, but there's just key little feeding windows when the fish set up and they start biting. And if they're not there, it's not even worth fishing. So we're not going to sit on it all day. We're just going to let it rest, and we're each going to take turns to see if we can get them to bite.
Garrett Paquette, the story of his season is just continuous improvement the last 3 events. He is working his way actually up the Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year chart, the Bassmaster Rookie of the Year chart. Look at him right now, all the way up into 5th place. And Garrett is on fire.
This is our 3rd time already having him in basically 4.5 events on Bassmaster Live. Lanier, wow. We got to see him. Winyah Bay, we got to see him. He struggled his 2 days on Bassmaster Live, up to this point, but definitely proving from the college ranks when I covered him through the Opens. He had 5 top 5s last year in semi-pro tournament series. So the kid's ready definitely for this step.
Crazy consistency on the Opens. And the other thing is watching what he was doing right there. Yesterday, he said he was just looking for 30 minutes of magic on these areas, sharing them with Chad Pipkins. And he said, if he can just idle and find them, that's so hard to do on a lake like this where your line is not wet.
Oh, yeah.
He made a big jump in AOI, 44th to 25th by staying in 4th place.
Let's go to Luke Palmer.
Give us an update this morning.
Not good. I don't know what the deal is. Which I didn't get in here till about 9 o'clock yesterday morning or 10. That's probably my problem. I was gonna reverse on what I done yesterday, and maybe that might be the right call, but so far it's the wrong call. But we're gonna fiddle around here. There's a little old shad spawn going on out here in the grass and stuff, and had a couple come under the old frog, but they didn't like it too well. Guess it don't look like a shad. So, see what happens. I'm mainly gonna have 2 rods tied on. If I do good today, it's gonna have because I got 2 rods out, really. I got 10 of them out up here, but as long as I got this frog and that swim jig in my hand and I can get bit on it, we'll do all right, I think. I don't know.
Now that great big one you caught yesterday. That was a frogfish, right?
She was a frogfish. She was on a bed, but she just happened to. I don't know if you consider it a fluke deal or a luck deal, but the first cast over that bed with that frog, she come up and pulled it, both flushed it.
And what did it weigh?
She weighed 812.
What was it like walking across the stage with an 812?
Well, it a
We're Brandon
different
Cobbs, I
ballgame
can't
for
catch
sure,
a 24
especially at that
plus
stage.
to save my life. Everybody wants to catch what they call an over, which is outside, bigger than the slot limit, and Luke Palmer yesterday was one of those guys.
Bringing a big one across the stage. The one thing to watch with him today, he said, every day of practice and yesterday of this event, these fish will use different vegetation by the day, and he has to keep his eye. He said, right when you see the correct vegetation, it's almost like you could just run that certain day.
Wow. A little bit of a quirky place, this Lake Fork, but boy, does it kick out the big bass. I mean, we learned yesterday, current no good on Lake Fork. They switch vegetation, but it's a scientific experiment that worked out good.
It was amazing seeing the weights yesterday by the end of the afternoon and listening to Such and Ronnie on Facebook Live earlier this morning and having people, it was just a hair off yesterday.
Yeah,
and looking at what those weights were.
Oh my gosh, all those 7s and 8s.
Well, I did that advanced story with Lee Livesey. He's telling me 2 weeks before I could catch 40 pounds a day. 2 weeks after, I could probably go catch 40 pounds a day.
Boy, he's somebody that saved his day the last 2.5 hours. Saved his tournament.
Several guys did that.
Which makes him a scary contender, just staying in the ball game.
Yeah, guiding on that lake, you'd think he'd be able to figure out if they're not here, they're there. If they're not eating this, they're eating that.
We'd mention it all the time. Somebody catching a big one on a given day kind of spares them some time the rest of the day to experiment and grow. Lee Livesey catching them day one like he did kind of spares him a whole day to just go a little crazier with all this. You know, he can buy more time to have a giant bag with all his spots he has here.
I thought watching Livesey and Combs yesterday, probably the two anglers with the most experience on this lake, was very enlightening, listening to their voices of you could tell both of them were getting called mid-morning to play it safe.
Yeah.
And really Combs is the one that he stuck to his game. He caught one on a square bill, but everything else came out deep.
Homer hooked up.
Gosh, damn. Get on the boat, son. Cabbage Patch Kids, throw my rod in the water. Luckily it's 3 inches deep, so y'all got any lettuce? Y'all want ranch dressing or ready?
Scales are 0. £4 pounds, 5 ounces.
Got him. Number one. That never worked.
Drew Cook, second in AOI, just caught a 6-7. Completed his limit of a little more than 12 pounds. Jumped up to
Say, it
second.
really didn't matter if y'all had mud on your feet this morning or not. Now we got Cobb salad and.
I clean, but hey, you tell me this morning about how much you love frog fishing.
You know, it is fun. I love it. I mean, I say love it. I like when they blow up on it, but I've had a lot of
Really good fish.
bad luck on frogs, I guess you'd say. But I got thrown no booyah pad crasher, that old guy. Bent the hooks out a little bit, and knock on wood, everyone that's ate it this week has worked. But I didn't know if I was ever gonna get him in. Heck, I kept reeling and nothing was happening. And see, he's out in this grass, and I ain't caught him out of that grass all week. Yeah, yeah. So they, got Buzz Lightyear coming in, it sounds like.
Open once you enter that bag. Okay.
Luke Palmer looking to hit a big lick here. He lives about halfway between here and our next stop, Fort Gibson, Oklahoma.
You can hit the button on the side, just leave the app running. Like this. Like, you know, like you could lock your phone. Yeah. That way
I get on this one right here. I would say he come after something. I don't know if I'll catch him, but
So diverse how our leaders are fishing.
he come up there and turned in there on something.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a mega bass out of Japan, and they got a lot of trophy hunters in Japan. You know, there's some guys that'll go months without a bite, just throwing big swim, you know, top waters and swim baits like this. But when they get that bite, it's going to be over 12 pounds, you know, and it makes their year. We, you know, growing up in California, we throw the wooden ones, and this one's a hard plastic.
You ever had it feeling like you're being watched?
It's got a little more rattle to it, you know. The wood ones are just quiet.
That fish
silent.
is still there.
The stained water, the rattle
keeps
ones
moving,
a little bit
but-
better.
Gosh, dang, you see that up there? That can't be a bass. That's got to be a carp or something.
Well, everything we've seen caught today, we've seen it weighed, and that number we've gotten is official. That's the way we're doing it. We are going to weigh them, release them at the boat, unless they're overs, unless they're over 24 inches, then you can bring it to the weigh-in, show the people there, and Drew Benton.
How about the roommates?
Yeah, Drew. Yeah.
Wow.
Drew Benton, Drew Cook, right there on top of the leaderboard, 2 North Florida guys and 2 Michigan guys.
Exactly right.
Wow, what is going on here? That's
what
crazy.
is happening?
That's crazy.
How about 2 other roommates that we're looking for right now?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, maybe these 2 guys can explain it for us. We're going to head to the takeoff. Sabine River Authority, that's where it all happens tomorrow. Tons of stuff happening out there tomorrow. Big day. No fishing tomorrow, but lots of activities for the fans and so forth. This is also where we find our colleagues right there. There they are. They've been. I want to see what you guys make of what and your predictions for what happens today, Dave Mercer and Davey Height.
Davey, you know, talking to the guys at the dock yesterday morning, you could feel that excitement, but even more so this morning with a lot of guys, and not just the leaders. I mean, you talk about guys like Jeff Gustafson. I mean, his bag, you know, that he had a fish that weighed 1.6. He had like 18 and change for 4 fish, and one of those weighed 1.6. But it's almost like a switch went on, and you know, when I was talking to him, you could tell. You know, guys like Combs have such an advantage because they can ride out the storm, meaning that they can deal with those hours of nothing going right just for the 15 minutes of it all going so right.
Yeah, they know that it can happen. Livesey, Combs, Chris Zaldane, there's quite a few of these fishermen that know to ride the storm. I really think the local pressure, and I've been there, done that on my home lake in a B.A.S.S tournament. There's a lot of pressure on Lee Livesey yesterday. I think you could see big things from him today. He likes the wind to blow here. That's part of his gig. That's a swim bait deal. You really need some wind, and it doesn't look like we're going to have much of that today. But he'll adjust and do some other things. But this lake is so good that you know all you need is 5 bites, and you can get them in 5 minutes. We saw Chris Zaldane do that yesterday. He caught a 7 and a 5, left, came back just a little bit later, caught a 7 and a 5. It can happen so fast.
A lot of guys mentioned on stage and at takeoff how much they think that you know, the 30-minute delay yesterday due to weather, you know, the lightning in the area, we delayed takeoff. And they said that 30 minutes for them is key. And obviously we're seeing with Zaldain. I mean, he caught him yesterday too, but you got guys who've got a morning bite, and then there's some guys who ride it out till later in the day.
Yeah, the guys that'll keep those big baits in their hands and have a little bit of experience or knowledge on Lake Fork are the ones you definitely have to watch out for here. And guys that aren't afraid to go do and try other things. I mean, Chad Pipkins yesterday, I talked to him yesterday afternoon. He said, man, I had a good practice, shallow. I spent 2 hours out a little bit deeper, a little bit offshore, and I found just a spot or two, just had a fish or two on them. So yesterday, my shallow bite didn't happen, all that thunder and lightning, and it really hurt the shad spawn guys, the delay also. But then he went out deep to places that he just really had no confidence in, and the mother lode had moved in. He's super, super excited about the amount of fish that has moved on and just a couple deep spots that he'd found.
I asked him, I said, is that your personal best, largemouth bag? He said, it is my personal best by like 10 pounds.
Wow.
He's and incredible. But the guy that everybody talked about going into this event, and with good reason, Keith Combs.
Well, Keith, like you said, for good reason, because he has a lot of history in Texas, specifically here on Lake Fork, one of many places in Texas that he tends to dominate when he comes here. And he's one of those guys that absolutely is not afraid to swing for the fence. He's going to keep a crankbait in his hand most of the time here, and he knows that you rotate around. Yesterday morning, he fished a place, didn't catch anything, came back at 10 o'clock, and it was every cast.
A man who can catch giant bass, just not very long ones, is, of course, Brandon Cobb. Oh, at it again this morning, still doesn't have an over, but he's catching big, giant fish.
How funny is it to listen to Brandon Cobb catch a 6-pounder this morning, had a phenomenal day yesterday, already with a win this year, to say, man, I can't catch an over to save my life. It's like he's so disappointed that he's not catching 24-plus inch fish, and there's guys that have it. It's not easy here. When you get around the right ones, you can get well in a hurry, but it's not easy. There's guys that haven't been caught over all week here in practice, and he's certainly been getting it done with 6- and 7-pounders. Even that 8-12 yesterday, tied for big fish.
Another spinnerbait fish. I mean, what is happening here? 2019 is the year of the bladed jig and the spinnerbaits.
Absolutely. The spinnerbait will always be around these tournaments. It depends on water clarity, really helps a lot, and the spinnerbait is here to stay forever. But we did go on a dry spell there for a while. But here's something we haven't been on a dry spell for a long time as a frog, and we saw him catch that fish this morning on a frog. Caught an 8-12 yesterday morning on a frog. It doesn't get any funner than that.
But both him and Brandon Cobb tied for Tundra Big Bass right now, 8 pounds, 12 ounces. And that's right, you catch the big bass in this tournament and you win at Toyota Tundra. Chad Pipkins live on the water. There we go.
Starting. Come on with it. Choking the DC 300. I love it. Get that thing fired up, because if they're fired up here, we should get to catching them. And that would be fun. Good.
Come on. 0. That's about a 2-pounder.
That's a 2.7, 2.8.
2.7, 2.8.
Perfect. 2.8. See ya. Gotta start somewhere. Let me sign that deal.
Chad Pipkins. Starting off where he left off, with 2 fish so far today, having an incredible tournament, and wow, what a turnaround for him. A rough start to the season, but let's have a look at Luke Palmer and that sexy frog footage.
Oh, you just love to watch guys throw a frog. Knowing that he caught an 8-12 yesterday on the same frog.
Somebody asked me, what do we do if there's a 2-way tie for Tundra Big Bass? And I mean, his was an over, so I think he gets it, right?
Well, I think we'll see one bigger than 8-12 weighed in. I'm looking forward to it. I think we'll definitely get to double digit, and it would be awesome if he would do it right now throwing this frog. But, looking at Chad Pipkins there on the left, Dave, it's incredible. Talking to him yesterday, he said, I had a good practice and it was shallow, and I caught everything I weighed in yesterday deep. And it's so ironic. You've tournament fished many times, many years. Tournaments that you think you're going to win, often you fall flat. And tournaments that you think, hey, I'm going to have a decent tournament but don't have a chance to win, and I'm going to catch them shallow, you catch them deep, and you can win. I mean, that's why we love the sport so much.
Chad Pipkins, and I would love to, I'd love to look at footage of him. And we kind of joked about it, me and him talking on, this morning at takeoff. If anything's changed, you know what I mean? With the injury, he's had to slow down. Obviously, we've seen that, but it's put him in a great position here and an incredible event. And the word shocked is probably, coming from him.
Oh, Keith Combs is hooked up. Yeah, I think he realizes that slowing down has helped him, Chad Pipkins, and you hate to see someone get injured like that, but it could be one of the best things that ever happened for his career to make him think about, hey, I need to slow down a little bit.
I'd totally break my shoulder blade for an Elite Series trophy. I mean, I'd break a lot more than that. Keith Combs, I mean, this Texas and Combs, there's certain guys, and it doesn't matter where you're in Texas, he's going to be in the mix no matter what the conditions are.
He's on the juicy spot, too.
Yeah, I talked to Keith yesterday morning and this morning. He definitely got his game face on. He almost always does, but it's cranking season in Texas. He's got his game face on. Wouldn't be very surprised at all if he doesn't hook up here again real quick. He said he's on the juicy spot.
All right, well,
he
that
doesn't
helps
just
to
know
stay.
areas. He knows exact cast offshore
2-2
on these places.
One of the things you see Combs was really quick with it. Weighing that, these guys are trying to fire those fish. The advantage of our deal is you don't have to worry about your fish. They're weighed right on the water except and over. But the disadvantage is normally you just put that in the live well and get right back to fishing. Those few moments are critical to keep those fish firing.
You're exactly right. It's absolutely incredible that just a few seconds, and we just talked about Chad Pipkins slowing down has been good for his career, but when you get those fish going, when you get that bite and get that school going, every second counts. You need to get your bait right back in the water just as fast as you possibly can.
Is that not a beautiful
Does it
sight
shock
right
you how much shallow water fishing we're seeing?
No, it doesn't. I talked yesterday morning. I think this tournament is going to be awesome because you're going to see a lot of different ways, a lot of variety of the ways these guys are fishing, from frog fishing to swim jigs to deep cranking to swim baits. You're going to see a lot of diversity here. If it was a couple weeks later, I think we'd see everyone basically doing what Keith Combs is doing. But this is really cool to see. If you like to shallow water fish this time of year, keep your eyes on that frog. If you want to learn more about offshore fishing, you got Chad Pipkins and Keith Combs right here getting it done out offshore.
An incredible event, and this event has been a fundraiser for Keith Combs, basically. We'll see if that fundraiser continues. Speaking of fundraising, $3.25 million raised for Texas Parks and Wildlife. And, Davey, every angler agrees, truly the golden standard.
Oh, absolutely. Texas Parks and Wildlife does a tremendous job. I wish a lot of states, including my own home state of South Carolina, would take notes for what they do here in the state of Texas. Speaking of money, also the fishermen are going to win $1 million here this week, given away to 75 anglers. That's pretty good to go along with all the money for Texas Parks and Wildlife.
And a guaranteed Bassmaster Classic berth goes along with it. No stress, no worries going on the rest of the season. You know you're going to the Classic. Our tournament leader, it's the same dude that won it last year, Drew Benton.
Wow.
He liked it once, I'll do it again. But look out, Drew Cook and Brandon Cobb right behind him here at Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest.
Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
took a leap of faith.
What if you
Missed my flight next week.
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh, here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
During the month of May, you can enter the Fish with Keith Combs sweepstakes for a daily chance to win a $100 Cracker Barrel Old Country Store gift card. A grand prize winner will be selected in May for your chance to fish with me, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Keith Combs. Trip includes round-trip airfare, hotel, rental car, and $500 spending money. Enter daily during May at bassmaster.com/fishwithkeithcombs.
Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Bassmaster Live really just getting started here today, but I mean starting big time, starting fast, and the fastest start of them all. First guy to a limit is our leader right now, Drew Benton. On top of the leaderboard, Drew Cook, Brandon Cobb, Zal Dane, and a couple of North Florida guys doing very well this morning. Let's take it out to Drew Benton. Won this event last year down in Austin, Texas.
Yes, absolutely.
And
turning into the Drew Benton benefit
bonus
tournament.
Coverage, yeah.
He's one of the guys yesterday that was noted for going up and testing those sight fish, a couple of those real shallow ones.
Away. 3-2. I don't think so.
Heard Benton say 3-2 is his smallest, I believe.
He started the morning with a 4.11. He's got all 3-pound fish in his 17-pound bag.
Gosh, you could see how swollen that lake is right there. I know exactly where so many of our Lake Fork viewers right now know that exact stretch of bank. That lake is definitely swollen and obviously came up last night. Great BC bonus coverage. Benton hooked up again.
Good one.
Appreciate these marshals
Absolutely.
who also have to be
Great
judges,
job.
who have to, you know,
Yesterday
be the cameraman
and today.
too. Drew Benton won.
A good one here.
Zoomed out to the limit early today.
Boy, it's just
in the lead. Different day.
Amazing colliding with the right shad spawn point right now. You could fish 20 different points. We talked to so many anglers yesterday and just nothing. It's just stagnant. And then when you find the right one, like obviously Chris Zaldane did, it's just like killer whales on a beach.
Oh yeah. Seth Fighter said it probably is over the spawn, but they still got him pinned up on these points. And you can catch them for a while. Maybe till
good one right there.
Wow. Well, Drew Benton, as we mentioned earlier, won this thing last year. Lake Travis in Austin, Texas, punched his ticket to the Bassmaster Classic and gave us the first big bass of the Classic. So
you know, and I actually talked to Benton about that. Talked to Benton about that tournament. That was a great event coming into that event. A lot of people said, "Oh, it's going to be tough and a grinder." Dude, that was one of the best tournaments of the year last year.
Oh yeah, plenty of big fish, including a 10 plus,
right,
which won the Toyota Tundra.
I think there was a lot of sandbagging going on with some of the competitors before that event.
Yeah, that was fun.
Good tournament right there. And basically, what else can you ask for? A topwater beatdown with your almost all of your contingency of top 10. Big victory for Drew Benton.
Like you said, he's trying to turn this thing into a benefit for Drew Benton. Drew, you got to love the Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest. I mean, that's got to be on the top of your list now.
You know, I put this on a bucket.
A little trouble here, Drew here, but we'll watch him because, man, he's on him.
That fish was a 6.5. Gives him almost 21 pounds.
6'5". Super.
Right before that, Ray Hanselman Jr. had a 6'2".
And as we said, we're going to just watch for a bit here.
Gosh, he's getting bit about every 30 seconds.
Get to that.
Yep. Little trouble with the audio right there, but we'll watch. Just keep our eye on you, Drew. Mm-hmm.
Boy. Again, he's got to have close to a 3.5 in order to even think about weighing it. Good position to be in at this time of day. This year again, the winner of this tournament's going to, like Drew did, punch his ticket to the Classic. $1 million purse as well. You wind up with a big bass at the end of the week. You get a Toyota Tundra. It's a pretty good deal all around.
Well, if you can roll away from here with all three of those, that'd be a week.
The bass are coming. I don't know if they're going to be here right now, but they're on their way.
And Wright started the day with the lead. Chad Pipkin.
They pegged. That's a 5-pounder at least. Come on, girl, we need you. Don't do it, don't do it. God dang. Gosh. Stay hooked, girl, we need you. I want to take you for a little ride. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Stay down, stay down. It's a big end.
It's got one so far, about just under 3.
Stay down, girl. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It's bigger than anything I caught yesterday. Oh, Lord, let me catch this fish. Don't do it. Oh, my God, dude.
Okay, I was not updated
Holy
here.
crap.
He's got more than that.
It's an 8-pounder.
He's got a big one on now.
Please, God. Oh, my God. It's an 8-pounder. God, stay on. Don't do it. Stay down. Get tired, girl. Get tired. Look at that thing. Stay on, girl. Nice and tired. Please, God, let me catch this fish. Get you some of that! Woo! Holy smokes! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! DC 300, baby. Mwah! Ah! I told you they were coming. Woo! Yes. Oh, that's a beauty. I didn't think it was that big when it swirled. You just can't tell. Oh, that's all right. I got to land him on this side. I'll try to spin the boat a little. Can you come down here in case something crazy happens? I don't want to be up there and have something flop in the water, and I don't care about to see it right now. It's durable, baby. You good?
Yeah, 0.
Ooh.
5,
What?
5:15. 5:15.
Oh, a big item. How is that 5:15? It's only 5:15. Yeah. Can I see your board? It's long.
You want a reweigh?
I'm sure it's right. Sure, we'll test the scale once. This is for trip weld, and it's right.
Let me start it off and bring it back on.
I'm just excited. That looks a lot bigger. Maybe it's its head. God dang, it looks like a 7-pounder.
Yeah, 0.
Good. $5.15.
5:15.
Trip weld, you don't mess around. $5.15. Is that it's long? Let me see your board. I'd love to bring one in, but I don't think that's going to happen, is it? Yeah, we'll just let her go. We got to catch a bigger one. Bye, girl. Thank you. Knuckles for the fans at home. Woo, that was fun. White bass, big bass. Yeah, say 5:15. Thanks. They're sitting actually on the other corner now. I haven't caught one over there yet.
Now, Chad's guys are not coming up, not keeping pace on Bass Track with Chad Pippin. What do you figure he's at right now?
7-pounder.
One of them just popped in. What was another 6 pounds? He's taking the lead.
That fish had it like every treble in his face. Jamiki 300. And that is a very mid-range, finessey crankbait for this lake.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, if you really look at, whether it's the square bills or the deep plugs that are thrown on this lake, I mean, they're plugs, man. That's a very, I mean, every time we see Chad catch a smallmouth up north, it's on that crankbait. Very finessey crankbait. It's subtle, doesn't have a real
Doesn't
huge
just
rattle.
go crazy. Yeah.
The body style of it seems like an Ozark crankbait, not like
exactly
bigger
right.
lip,
Absolutely.
but the body of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, now we got him. Okay, he's got his lead back by 3 pounds plus over Drew Benton, Chad Pipkins.
One thing to make note, he did start on that shad spawn for, I think, 44 seconds.
That's right.
And then got out where he caught him yesterday.
Yeah. So he's got... he got Keith Combs beat anyway. At least he kept it on us for a few seconds.
It's funny, you get like, it's like 4 or 5 casts in a row. We caught white bass, had a bite. I don't think this is running right. Looks good.
Keep your eye on Brandon Cobb. Got one big fish today, 6 pounds plus. Chris Zaldane looking for a little wind, I'm afraid, right now. He said that's what he needs
I like
to
you,
get
birds. Look at the birds are getting
what got him there yesterday.
pumped up, too. Let's go back to the other cast.
Lee Livesey just caught his first one. 2.5 pounder a minute ago. Moved him up to 16th place.
Biggin. Oh my God, that's there. That's oh my God. Please stand. Oh, no, don't do it. Oh, God, no. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Whew, you're going to need to slide over. Please, God, stay on there. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Please, God, stay on. Oh. Please, Lord, let me land this fish. Where are you going? Where are you going? Don't do it. Don't do it. That's a 10. God, let me land you.
Blowing up. No doubt.
Please. Please, God. Come back up front.
But that is
Slide to your left, please. God, stay on. Oh my God, dude. Please, God. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on, baby, please. Come on. Yes! New personal best! Oh my God! Yes! Woo! That's got to be a 10-pounder, or at least an 8 or 9-pounder, right?
I'm gonna go 8.
I've never
at least
called,
a 7.
I would say 10.
No,
That's a great one.
I've never called it look like that. That's how. Look at that DC 300 down the gullet, baby. Yeah, let's get a weight on.
Heavy 8. Heavy 8.
Heavy 8. Okay.
Heavy 8.
Let's weigh it
right.
first.
8.5.
Can't get the hook out here.
Just under 9.
Shaking so dang much. Shit, not hooked in the gill. Just...
He is a hot mess right now.
Oh.
He is a hot mess.
Was he on your radar in this tournament?
No. No.
Yes.
Just because he doesn't have a lot of experience.
Dude, that's got to be a 10. 9? I don't catch him. It's got to be my biggest one. Tails on the 8.
8-11.
8-11.
You had it. Nice.
You want to get your board out? Yeah.
Good fish.
I'm hoping we can fill the live well.
Won't make it. We'll see. Won't make it. Your fish is a half-inch short.
I still don't get to bring a fish to weigh, and this is an 8-11.
Half-inch?
And I got to send him home. Oh.
That's close.
Thank you. Right on the lips. My wife, don't worry, I will wash my mouth before I give you a kiss. Oh, thank you. Look at this thing. It looks like a looks like a baby. See ya.
You got cheated. That fish had spawned out.
God dang.
Weighed a couple more pounds a week ago.
I gotta stop shaking. That is awesome. That's all I know. Unbelievable. More knuckles?
8-11, right?
Whoo! Sweet beauty.
That ought to help.
Yeah. I think we need to retie. Make sure we got good sunlight.
Well, let's get a look at that bait and this whole setup.
Man, when I set the hook, I'm like, maybe I got that stump. And the stump gave a little head shake. I'm like, oh, goodness. I gotta stop shaking. That is the bait, man. DC 300's Demiki. The only other odd thing, the only tournament I've ever won was on this bait on Lake Erie. I weighed 63 or 64 or 67 pounds of smallmouth. Yeah, something like that. And I won a Bass Open. And it's pretty cool that they're eating it here. Big largemouth apparently like it too. Maybe I should throw the thing a lot more often, eh? Can't even put my line through the hole.
Great.
Whew. We got some good room to call. If I ever catch a 10, I don't know what's gonna happen, because I thought that was a 10 for sure.
You got 22-4 on the first 5, 2 fish you need to call.
3 fish we need to call, right?
2 at least.
What's our third one?
You got 3 twos.
Oh yeah.
811, 515, 2728, 211.
I'm loving the old school aluminum push pull too.
We got 54.3 total, halfway to the century mark.
That's like a duck.
That is the old school duck foot push pull.
That was my new personal best. Thank you, Lake Fork. I caught 8.5. I've only caught one bass over 8 pounds at Falcon. And today, we personal bested that. I still didn't get to show it off. Man,
we all saw it, Chad.
That's awesome. Never thought I could catch a dang near 9-pounder that I don't get to weigh in, but that's pretty cool.
That was exhausting. That was exhausting.
That was just, I don't know how long that one took to weigh in. I watched one of my videos yesterday, and it took me 2 minutes and 23 seconds to land fish, a 7-pounder, so they got some strength.
That's great.
Got a limit now, too.
That's...
And well ahead of the century mark pace, 2 hours into the second day of fishing Lake Fork. That's where we are.
He matched his time coming in at 31 pounds. Dave Mercer noted at the weigh-in yesterday. Today he's got 330, and then let's see if he can do that. He's kind of on his way.
It'd be like getting it once and never using it again. You live on the lake. It's probably the only lake in the country where it's standard.
I think he likes this place. Biggest bag.
It's a whitey.
Biggest bag ever yesterday for him, and then a biggest bass ever
It's the one
today.
that 8-pounder's eating.
Boy, he's right, too. That is exactly what... Wow.
Let's watch some of that again.
It'll be a special day, Tommy.
I think so.
Special day today.
Pretty strong segment.
Oh, my gosh. Now, we can't watch that whole catch again, but here's the...
Look at his face.
Watch it.
Oh
Read his
my
lips
gosh.
here. Listen to what he says. Hold on. Oh, we're not going to see it.
Oh, it's so great.
Personal best.
What a great morning. That is with the term that you say, coming unhinged.
Oh, yeah.
That is, that is squirrels juggling razor blades.
Totally on tilt. Completely on tilt right now and in the lead. Chad Pipkins taking a giant lead, 12-pound lead. 2 hours into fishing on day number 2 of the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest. Man, it just doesn't get...
the first hour.
Doesn't get any better than that. First hour of our show, first 2 hours of fishing here, does not get any better than that, and we're only getting started today. More to come on Bassmaster
Live.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got him.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent field. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original Powerbait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Yeah, you care about gear ratios, inches per turn, and ball bearings. But most importantly, you want reliability and dependability in the equipment you use. And at Lew's, it is a requirement. Regardless of the price that fits your fishing style, Lew's doesn't cut corners when it comes to the gear they build. The new for 2019 Lew's Speed Spool is evidence of that. Hey guys, Pro Angler Jason Christie. When I'm out competing, I want something that won't let me down. There's a lot of things that are important in a reel, but the most important to me is reliability and durability, and you're gonna find that in the new Speed Spool LFS. The new Speed Spool LFS is loaded with all kinds of features. First of all, one-piece aluminum frame. That right there alone is gonna set it apart from other $99 reels. Secondly, solid brass speed gears. Just like the Super Duty, that $99 reel is going to last for a long time. When you're cranking in that big fish, this reel is going to be solid and smooth, and all of that is thanks to the new P2 Super Pinion gear. This oversized gear is going to allow for smooth operation, cast after cast. This magnetic control system, which is externally adjustable, will allow a seasoned pro or a first-timer to be able to pick up the reel off the deck and cast with ease. You can find all these features and more in the new Speed Spool LFS at only $99. The team at Lew's is adamant on delivering quality, dependable gear at a price that fits your lifestyle. Whether you are a weekend angler or tournament pro, the new for 2019 upgraded Speed Spool LFS is the best $99 reel in the market. Go see for yourself.
By TH Marine, offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus great premiums, including a 4-lure starter kit. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Lake Fork, man, living up to it 100% today. I tell you what, Mark Zona, I think Chad Pipkins is fully capable of being at 65 pounds for 2 days at the end of this day.
I totally agree.
Maybe by lunch.
Honestly, he has 3 2-pounders in his live well, but I'm not going to lie. If he catches one more big one, this young man will implode on camera. Literally implode.
The 2 catches we've seen from him. Oh, no. This is so good.
Holy smokes. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Caught that one
the smaller.
30 minutes ago, and 5 minutes after that, connected with this one from Lake Fork.
Yes!
8-11.
New personal best! Oh my God! Yes! Now this you haven't seen yet. We were going to break. Watch this.
Biggin. Stay on. Stay down. Oh my God. Stay on, girl. Please stay on, baby. God, they're strong. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Gosh dang. Come on, girl. Gotta move. Stay pegged, baby. It's coming to the camera, I guess. Don't do it.
Jump at their trolling motor over there.
Stay on, baby. Stay on, nice and easy, girl. Nice and easy. Nice and easy, girl. Gosh, she's hooked in the gill. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. It's hooked in a dang gill. Take your time. Come here, girl. Open your big old mouth. Get you some of that. Yes! Woo! Another one falls victim to the DC-300. Was on the right side for you that time. It wasn't my doing, it was the bass that swam to the boat. Dang.
Post spawners, he is on the highway.
It's 4 3/4.
5-6.
Heck yeah. 5-6. I love Lake Fork. Mwah. Woo! Thank you, girl.
I got rid of a 2.7.
So he's over 60 now.
2.15 Cole for him.
When he screams new personal best, it reminds you of somebody that gets the #1 draft pick in fantasy football.
Yeah.
Am I right?
That's it. Yeah.
That is exactly what they.
Exaltation.
Like that needs to be the power poll replay of the day. Him doing that over and over, or somebody at a tailgate at an NFL football game.
Yeah.
That might have been at the tailgate for like 3 hours, if you know what I mean.
San Miguel, bend a hook a little, just a touch.
That 57.2 is updated.
Got to take your time with the fish.
Oh, it is. Okay.
You want to have a cranking rod with a little bit of backbone to set into them. You got to have a little soft tip. You got a new Swait crankbait rod just came out this year. It's getting it done. And man, I'm having fun. 5.6.
He's a shaking mess.
Oh man, gotta get line back up.
He's got a 15-pound lead right now.
They literally switch sides of the deal. That's what, you know what's funny? I was just telling earlier, I was talking about making good decisions. Sometimes it's changing spots. Sometimes it's changing presentations. Other times it's like just not getting a rush and mixing the cast up. Like yesterday, I caught every fish on a specific cast. And today, both big ones and like 5 white bass came on the other end of the deal, on the other corner. And maybe there's no wind blowing in here today. They're just positioned different. So sometimes you want to get rushed. But if give them a fair shake, settle in, they're going to tell us where they're at. That one was way off. He wasn't even hitting the bottom.
I fully expect him to hook up again within the minute.
I'm going to go ahead and put these up. Seems like that's
I like it, man.
all it takes is to put these scales back in the box.
Yeah.
The best line of the morning is when he was retying the crankbait. He says, "Man, I ought to throw this more often."
Yeah, I ought to fish with it.
So great.
We're having a little faster start than yesterday. This is all right. Today it's working out. Today it is. Got her. Biggin.
Unreal.
Another nice one. It's a good one. Lay down. I'll bring this one to your side. It's a nice one. Yeah. We have found the cast for the time being. Oh yeah. Stay on, big girl. Where you going? Where you going? Get tired, girl. Come on into daddy. Gotcha. Woo!
That fish is
Oh, black duty. Look at that tail. That's pretty. Eating both hooks. I'm telling you, that's the plug. If you don't have one, you need to go out and get you some. Man. Choking it.
zeroed.
Blowing up.
4.7. That's an upgrade.
Another 215 upgrade. He calls a 2.8 with that 4.7.
So you got
now,
12.
all right, that's a 115 up, almost a 2 pound.
61 probably?
59.
27 to 59.1
baked
total.
in there? Okay.
28. 27.
What do you think Power Pole replay of the day, Mark Zonin?
You know, there are certain times on the Bassmaster Elite Series
Get you some of that!
that you just see magic happen. And what's amazing is to see a dude from Lansing, Michigan hit one of those deals, and there's only certain places in the country that you can do this. And one of those places is Texas, just the state of Texas. And you can absolutely tell Chad Pipkin's mind is blown right now.
And he's still catching. He's still expecting to catch one every catch.
For the rest of the Power Pole replay of the day is when he screams new personal best over and over and over and over again, because he is the dude. He is the dude in your fantasy football draft that just got pick number 1.
Gotcha.
Chad Pipkins, you have left us all speechless in studio. Hit it. You, Chad Pipkins, are. You are the Power Pole replay, Cracker Barrel replay of the day. What a last hour.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
And he's still catching him. He is still catching him. I mean, he can't wait to get the net. I mean, he's floating on it.
I'm going to go out on a limb, Ron Moore, and say he does not start on that shad spawn on day 3 in the morning. Fair to say.
Welcome to Toyota Bassmaster Studios. We haven't had a chance to come in here and officially greet you because it has been so amazing this morning. But man, I can't wait to see what's next just for Chad Pipkins.
Whether it's Toledo Bend, Sam Rayburn, Falcon, Amistad, we've got footage from all of those lakes. But when it comes to Lake Fork, when that stuff happens and he is on one of those areas where they just got done spawning, and he is on a mega school of big ones.
All right, like you say, he's on the highway. He is right in the middle of the road right there, making that perfect cast. Now, back to the screen of knowledge. It's not just happening with Chad Pipkin. It's maybe not to the extent, but there are other guys out there who are catching them, right, Ronnie? And there's our lineup. You put together another Sistine Chapel photograph right there for us.
Yes, indeed. If you're just joining us over the last 30 minutes, you might think we only have one camera with our day 1 leader, but we do have 6 anglers live today. Chad Pipkins is obviously on a roll, but we've seen Brandon Cobb, who started the day in 2nd place. We've seen Chris Zaldane early this morning. Keith Combs, it took him a little while to get started yesterday, and then we've seen some topwater action from Luke Palmer and Garrett Paquette's in the vicinity of Chad Pipkins. He's probably heard it go down at least, but a couple big ones we've seen. This was from Brandon Cobb earlier this morning, that 6'2".
Saw that catch,
that we got to see on a spinnerbait this morning around some bushes. Derek Hudnall had a great day yesterday, 21 pounds and change, right there outside the top 10. I think you had to be in the top 15 to have 21 pounds. And then we saw Seth Fighter, a little bit of bonus coverage. And so there are guys catching some big ones, some overs definitely getting put in the live well to be brought to weigh in, but definitely no one's outpacing Chad Pipkins right now with a 31-15 yesterday and 27 plus today.
And we got to get back out to Chad. There he is.
Like I said, you usually just got to tell them you're leaving. That's a good one. Stay down. That's a big one. Stay down. God, they all feel big. They just pull so hard. Crazy. Oh, man.
All I got to do is put the scales back.
I told him I was leaving.
Put the scales back in the box.
That's how it works. They fish. It's like what happens at the bar? They say last call. Everybody runs to the bar. Same thing with fishing. You tell them you're leaving. Nobody wants to miss a meal. They just don't give up. You're not worth getting a crankbait in my hand for, buddy. Yeah! That one was 3, oh no, it was 211. Oh man, everyone, they're getting it though. They got both hooks, front, back. Swallowed. We're still only gonna make 4 more casts.
You're cleared. 0. $2.11.
Same?
$2.11.
So that's our small one, right? 211.
Yeah, it ties, same as
Yeah.
the other one. Yeah. That's
Let me see that real
I
quick.
thought you were going to be up.
811, 515, 5647, 211. All right, all right.
Mel Pipkins, are you enjoying this? Is this your favorite show of the year?
I think.
Such, who are you talking
Gotta be
to?
his
for the
wife.
folks that, okay.
Mel Pipkins has got to be jumping up and down.
Yeah.
It's fun when the fish make it easy.
Wish we had the drone there.
It
I'd like to see an
helps.
overhead shot of this place.
I really would like to ask them, what is the depth that they're coming out of?
This is 4. We'll start over. Every time we get a bite, we'll go back to 5.
Make one more call. Would get
back in
out
line.
of there.
Oh, yeah.
You catch one more big one, roll,
My second
Jack.
biggest bag.
He has a
There it
17,
is.
15,
Oh, gosh.
18-pound lead
Come on,
right
thumb
now.
button. That's a big one. They're suspended now. Oh, my goodness. I don't even know how big it is. Stay on, girl. Oh, yeah. God, don't jump. Woo! They don't even move. Gotta be ready to thumb these fish. Otherwise, they're gonna bend hooks or break line. Come on, girl. Man, they're strong. Gosh dang. Come on, baby. Stay down. I'm tired. You gotta be tired. Wiry sucker. Thing's gotta be tired. No, don't do that. Come right back. You side this way. Just going for a stroll, fish. She wants to come back your way, Andy. It's gotta be tired. My forearms hurt. Gotcha. Woo! That's how you want them coming to the boat. When they can't even move because they're exhausted, less chance of mishap. And another one bites the dust. Woo!
Scale to 0.
I think we're moving. Go hit another place.
314.
Thanks. It's happening. Man.
Now he's over
We're
60
moving.
pounds.
Yep.
Did that judge almost seem like he was tired of weighing big fish already? Uh-oh, scales are zero.
Chad Pipkins made the comment, it's happening. No, it happened. It happened.
It's done.
That was one of the most incredible 45. Here's what's amazing is,
Kick you some of that!
coming into this tournament, a lot of people said, will the footage contend, will it rival St. John's from a couple months ago? Oh. That last 45 minutes absolutely went toe-to-toe with the St. John's.
That is the best flurry in the shortest period of time ever.
That we have covered.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Yes.
right. Every single, there's a weird part of me that wants to see him put on some 20-pound rope and throw a jig out there and just hammer one though hard, right? What an unbelievable display from Chad Pipkins this morning. Truly one of the best flurries of big bass we have ever seen on Bassmaster Live.
And we are just now finishing the first quarter of our day here. The first quarter of our fishing
He has
day.
exhausted the studio.
He's exhausted everyone. He's exhausted himself. And you say maybe you ought to leave now. And I bet that you're not the only one who's saying that right now. We got a little weather headed this way. You see Athens, Texas, where all the great Texas Parks and Wildlife bass fishery action goes on, and there's Lake Fork right up there.
Gosh, was that incredible.
That was unbelievable. We're going to have a little rain in the picture here. We knew we'd have some thunder showers, sporadically through the day, and this one may slide to the east and a little to the south of us. So we're
just going to kind of graze us for about 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, so it'll be a day killer. Too late to be a day killer for Chad Pipkin.
It almost seemed like he had exhausted and made his marshal/referee tired. It really did. But
they just need a little recovery time.
His marshal referee kind of has a principal look around about him. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
like he's
absolutely.
a disciplinarian. I think
he's like the superintendent of schools.
I think there's potential he might tune Chad up by the end of the day.
Okay. Chad may welcome
that was great.
There's other fish being caught. Break up the Chad Pipkins show. Brandon Carter with a 6'11", Shane Lineberger with a 7'5".
Wow, that's a chunk.
He asked me to watch big fish, and
that's a chunk. 7'5".
You missed it.
Move the bar up.
You missed it, Z. You missed it. You can't replay that. I caught
Went
it.
right by me.
It's a chunk. It's been 3.5 hours since we had a 4-box.
So
well,
since Pipkins has been the single box.
Hey, he earned it, man. Good grief!
Gosh, after
what a
the
display.
45 minutes, like, what do you do the rest of the day, man?
Yeah.
Like you'd see it 6 or 7 times a day, and it'd tell you exactly where to throw. For some reason, in the last 2 days, I hadn't even seen one school. So I was just a couple chase here and there, but not actually schooling. So it makes it a little more difficult. Like you don't know if you've thrown right over where they are.
Brandon's still just that one big one we saw him catch earlier today. Brandon Cobb.
I thought the shad were not spawning good yesterday because of the thunder and lightning. It's kind of the same today, and it didn't really thunder or lightning last night, so I don't know exactly what's going on.
Let's give everybody time to calm down, settle down, get another cup of coffee, taking a look at our Humminbird lay of the lake, the entire field right here. And we actually got to see this yesterday. You know you're on a pretty fertile body of water, a body of water that many things are going on, from a little bit of pre-spawn, mostly post-spawn, some spawning still going on, but coming into this tournament, we heard a lot of guys say that mid-range, before these fish get way offshore near the main lake, that could be the biggest player. That is obviously what we got to see go down to Chad Pipkins for the last hour and a half.
70. Full field is 75 today. We'll cut it down to 35 at the end of the weigh-in today, or the end of fishing, I guess you could say.
Baby.
Yeah, that's right. Chad Pipkins is the man of the day so far. Sharing the water, according to Garrett Paquette. But Chad not sharing this
Man,
morning.
my kids are big fans of his. My kids are going to Michigan State next year. Trust me.
Okay.
This is the Lansing kid right here, right now.
Well, yeah. Look at this.
Oh, my God.
New personal best, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm so going to a Spartans game with him next year. Guaranteed in a parking lot.
That's just the best all the way around. That's
awesome.
For all of us. That's a personal best for the armchair folks like us sitting here in the studio.
He's got a slight lead right now over Drew Benton.
18 pounds. Got to protect it. Now he's got to protect it. Maybe he needs to leave the area.
What just happened the last 60 minutes?
I don't know, but I will never see the like of it again, possibly. But boy, it was fun. Good stuff. Coming back after a break. I can't tell you what's next.
That's a chalk, baby.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now to win a fishing trip with Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Hunter Shryock. Trip includes hotel, airfare, rental car, and $500 spending cash. Plus a Phoenix Boat 618 Pro XP with a Mercury outboard, Lowrance Electronics, and an amazing prize pack. Total value of $48,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Mother Nature is my playground. When I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out. Guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
streets up.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Bassmaster Live, and we're down at the St. Johns River earlier this year. We said, oh gosh, we've been spoiled. We're ruined. We'll never get excited again. We've said that a couple of times at the St. Lawrence before. I don't know. I think we really are ruined now. How can you beat what we just saw with Chad Pipkins right there?
The only thing, Chad Pipkins has, we said it at break, he has completely become unhinged.
Yeah.
Totally unhinged and gone off on Lake Fork today.
It's a beauty, a thing of beauty. We should all be so unhinged at one point in our life. Look at this lineup, this murderer's row of big bass he's caught here.
But what's bizarre, as big as his lead is, it's an unsafe lead on this body.
Yeah, 18 pounds. Come on. You just got to tippy toe around that.
Wow, that was great.
28 pounds. Quarter of the way through the day of fishing here. Day number 2 on Lake Fork.
Get you some of that! Woo!
Toyota Bassmaster Texas
Holy smokes! Come on. Yes! Woo! New personal best! Oh my God! Yes!
Open your big old mouth.
Get you some of that! Yes! Woo! Another one falls victim. Ready. Gotcha. Woo! You're not worth getting a crankbait in my hand for, buddy. Yeah! Gotcha! Woo! That's how you want them coming to the boat. When they can't even move because they're exhausted.
There's another wide bass. That's like serving. It's one cast. It's like hitting 15 aces in a row against Yvonne Lindell or somebody.
Oh my God! It's just it. Did you just throw out a Boris Becker, Yvonne Lindell?
Yeah, that's a lie. I might have thrown a little Bjorn Borg in there too if I needed to.
Gosh, that was great.
Yeah. One cast. The cast, he said.
They're over here. I figure out where they're at. Just like that other cast that we caught like 3 or 4 white bass, and then we started laying into them. I might throw a swim bait through there. Keep off it.
Great show. Great show.
There are some other anglers actually fishing out there.
There are making a move right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is kind of 2 different tournaments at the moment.
Brandon Card is out there, and Brandon Card having another sensational day there. Brandon, just hit the high points for us. Tell us what's been going on today.
Hey, Tommy. Hey, Davey, Mark, Such, and Ronnie. I don't want to leave anybody out.
I think you got
it. Yeah, so basically, I tried this shad spawn this morning, and really, like, the shad weren't spawning very well. But I still was able to catch a pretty decent one. I think it was a 4A on top water. So that really kicked things off. And then caught a few other small fish, and then I rolled over here to this spot. It's just kind of like a mid-depth spot. It's not very deep, probably up on top, maybe 10, 12 foot. and just rolled up and started cranking it and busted that 6.11 and then a 3.8 and a 3.4 or something like that. So, I mean, it happens quick here, especially when you get school fired up.
Brandon, are you finding that throughout practice and at least days 1.5 of the event right now that these fish are moving by the hour?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think they are, definitely. I mean, there was one of the spots where I caught the 7.2 yesterday in practice, it was just white bass. Like I graphed around, and I mean, it was just white bass. I didn't see any bass at all. And then I rolled through there yesterday around 2 o'clock, and there was probably 10 or 15 bass. And I only had a few minutes of fishing, so I caught that 7.2. And I had to get out of there. I actually had another 7-pounder try to get the crankbait out of a white bass's mouth. So that was pretty crazy, but I still haven't even checked that spot yet. So I'm going to head over there here in just a little bit. But yeah, I think they're definitely coming out.
Getting lined up, making the right cast. All the guys who are doing well here are stressing the importance of that. What do you visualize down there? What are you pulling your crankbait through besides a bunch of fish down there? What do you see in your mind, Brandon?
Well, this place sets up pretty similar to the TVA chain. I think it's very different than Rayburn or Toledo. These fish tend to like more of a slick bottom, and that's what I'm used to. And so I've tried to get that deep bite going on Rayburn and Toledo, but those fish are more oriented around brush. And so through my research, actually watching Mark's show with Keith Combs.
Whoa. Yeah.
He said Mark was saying that they're just sitting on nothing, and I was like, oh, that's like the TVA chain. So I was like, this should be good. And so last week, Cheryl with Morant sent me the new active imaging transducer, and that thing is insane for side scanning. Like I was marking schools of fish on the side scan, shallow. So it definitely has a more shallow range than some of our other structure scan transducers in the past. And this spot right here is one of them. It was a shallow spot, and a lot of the other structure scan transducers probably wouldn't have picked up those fish, but I saw them way out on the side scan because they, when you idle over a shallow spot like this, they tend to run from your boat. So I picked them up on the side scan. That's how I found this.
Brandon, real quick, do all of your offshore, and we call it, like you said, more of a mid-depth range, do all of these areas have white bass on them? Is that critical?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, but this spot right here, well, yeah, actually, this spot I caught one white bass on yesterday, but I haven't caught any today. But yeah, the other spots I was definitely, jacking white bass left and right, and then you catch a big largemouth.
Brandon, weather conditions, none of that makes any difference. You're deep enough where that doesn't matter, right? As long as you can find 5 or 6 good places like this, you should be okay no matter what, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. I'm catching them in the clouds right now. I thought I needed the sun because yesterday when the sun came out, that's when I really got right. But I mean, I thought the clouds were going to mess up the offshore bite, but maybe they're not because obviously, I've caught them off at this spot. So.
How much experience do you have on Lake Fork?
This is actually my first event. Really, my first official trip. I was fishing a collegiate tournament on Lake Belton way back. Probably, I graduated in 09, so that was probably like 07 or 08. I stopped on the way home. I stopped here for like one day, so that's pretty much my experience on it.
Do you like Slugfest, Brandon, or do you like it when things are tight and tough?
I like Slugfest. I mean, this reminds me of Falcon when we were down there. I was flirting with the Century Club on that one. I think I had 95 or something. But, yeah, I mean, it's just fun coming down here to Texas and just jacking big fish. And, yeah, I mean, when I saw this one on the schedule, I was like, pretty geeked up about it for sure.
Well, Brandon, great stuff,
Good
man.
stuff.
That was excellent info, and we wish you luck for the rest of the day. Congratulations on a great second day here.
Absolutely. And what's amazing
I
is
appreciate it, guys.
he reminded me of what I said on that show, which most of the crap we make up on my show. Right?
You agree with him? What he's saying? Yeah, he's on, right?
It was one of the whole. What he talked about is what Combs taught me on that lake. The more slick bottom, less contour tapering flats, slow tapering flats were absolutely the key. Instead of anything that had, big time irregularities, we wouldn't catch them on them.
Everything here is not intuitive. Is anti-intuitive.
You are absolutely right.
Weird. That is weird.
You're absolutely right.
Caught one on a big worm finally.
That's a chunk, baby.
They're down there. I saw like a dang 8-pounder. Just had to. That was my first cast with the worm. Just hopping it off the ground. Sometimes you got to switch it up. Yeah, I don't think that's going to help us at all. You said our small one's 4 something now? That ain't 4 pounds. Yeah, that ain't good.
But that is exactly right. Everything here is so counterintuitive.
Current hurts
to a regular reservoir.
Our small one's 4.6. Or what is it?
Generally,
4.6,
you want irregularities with current.
Yeah.
Here, you want featureless with no current.
That's so weird.
That is so true.
The vegetation is on a carousel. Everything
makes no
is
sense.
Just the opposite. That's
a chunk.
Well, Z talks strategy. If you're Chad Pipkins now and you're near 60 pounds, but you know the potential here, and you know there's a day of rest tomorrow.
But you're also seeing him, Such, right now. He's getting off the juice a little bit and you could see he's starting to expand yet protect that area. That spot.
There ought to be a few of them just setting up in there shallow.
Keith Combs, things going a little slow again for him today. Early, just like yesterday.
Well, this is about the 5th spot we've made this morning. I've been running shallow clay bars is what they are. There's some shell mixed in, but just, your typical early May Texas shad spawn. We got out 30 minutes earlier this morning, and I thought that would help, but I haven't seen much shad activity going on until this 5th spot here. I'm finally seeing shad follow my little swim bait, or my big swim bait, back to the boat. Got 3 fish on the scorecard, all between 2 and 3 pounds.
One of the things Zaldain said after the weigh-in last night, that, boy, when the skies get higher, he wanted sunlight when we were at the Classic with this swim bait. He said, that is not the case here. With this shad spawn, I have a window in the morning, and after that morning bite, like we saw yesterday, he said, I am very, very concerned with my gig.
Yeah. Yesterday kind of started on the heels of a big electrical storm that went on from the wee hours of the morning, and it took a while for everything to get sort of equalized.
Lake Fork, the light switch was turned off for the first 2 hours yesterday, but boy, when the light switch turns on, that is exactly what came to the scales with Mercer.
Absolutely. Good stuff.
Jay Ellis with a big one.
Yeah, former Classic champion there, Shane Linebarger.
7-5 for that Lake
There's Keith Combs. Very slow start for Keith Combs, just like today. Brought it back, and it had a window in there and brought it to 20 pounds almost instantaneously.
It almost seems like Keith Combs is still practicing. Keith Combs is looking for that exact collision that we saw with Chad Pipkins.
Well, Chad Pipkins obviously has given us some magic today we will never forget.
You made the statement. You thought that our leaderboard was going to be volatile and we'd see a lot more leaders jump into the top 10. That's exactly what has happened so far on Bassmaster.
Live.
Oh,
yes.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
There's your winner.
Dream big. Develop your craft. Believe in yourself. And win on the biggest stage.
You can do it, buddy. He is your champion, ladies and
Recreational fishing in Texas is great. In Texas, we don't have many natural bodies of water other than rivers and creeks, but most people that do fish in reservoirs or in lakes. Because of that, most of the economic impact is actually through fishing on reservoirs. So we want to make sure we conserve these reservoirs and these fishing opportunities by restoring habitat. Most reservoirs in Texas were built back in the 50s and 60s. So a lot of that natural habitat that existed in the lake back when the reservoir was new are now decomposing. When a reservoir is constructed, they try to find a good location where actually that could get water running through, usually a creek. So they could build a dam so it traps the water. That'll flood a reservoir up, and anything that's laying low, like trees, shrubs, plants, will get inundated, and that initially serves as the initial fish habitat. Most of it is made of wood and leaves, but all deteriorates. It's all biodegradable, so we need to replenish that habitat to allow fish to thrive. We could always supplement the woody debris, the vegetation, or any type of cover that fish need. And we could do that by cutting trees that are not wanted, something like cedar trees. We could also use artificial habitat that different commercial producers make. These things are put together to mimic trees. That creates cover.
That looks good.
When we complete our habitat projects, we actually have different sites along the lakes. So these structures are marked with a GPS coordinate, and they're actually made public on our website on TPWD. Anybody who wants to try them out could go out there and load those coordinates and put them on their depth finder and find these structures.
We'll go to this one for now.
We can't do this alone. Parks and Wildlife we have the expertise to get it done. However, these projects can become expensive and they're labor intensive. So we need partnerships to actually get these great projects on the water. Friends of Reservoirs is a great group, and these groups are usually composed of stakeholders that have the common interest of conservation and fishing. So they team up with Texas Parks and Wildlife, and we do some great projects around the state. There's one on there. Oh. If you want to get involved and help TPWD with these conservation initiatives, feel free to call your local district biologist and get involved and help us in conservation. We can't do it alone.
It made my day.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got him.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait. Now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go. Giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley. Catch more fish.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of Bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting, because when protection matters most, Line Exit. Go to linex.com to find a store near you.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Hey, welcome to Bassmaster Live, day 2 of this Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest here. We got a lot of stuff to report to you if you're just joining up with us, but right now, tell you what's going on Saturday, tomorrow. No fishing on Lake Fork for our competitors, but lots of activities at the Sabine River Authority ramp there near Quitman, Texas, including the free concert, Chris Night, that starts at 4:15 p.m. We've got interaction with fans. We got a bunch of stuff going on Saturday.
I can tell you where Bowman, Davey, and Mercer will be tomorrow night. And it is the Chris Knight concert.
They will be high-stepping it over there, I guarantee you. All 3 of them. Absolutely. Now, Chad Pipkins, in case you missed it, we just saw him catch basically 30 pounds on successive casts.
Exactly right. One of the best flurries we have ever seen on Bassmaster Live. The Lansing Kid. The 313 Kid. Straight off of the streets of Gratiot.
Straight up Sparta.
Actually, Gratiot, just so you know, it's just, that's Detroit. It has nothing to do with Lansing.
All right.
But it was more of a regionalized statement.
Sure. Yeah, it was broad strokes. Personal best.
Open your big old mouth.
Get you some of that.
Yes! Woo!
What
Another
a fun morning with the
Eddie.
East Lansing Kid.
Gotcha. Woo! You're not worth getting a crankbait in my hand for, buddy. Yeah!
You know, and this was one of those tournaments coming into this. A lot of the local guys, the Keith Combs, the Lee Livesey said,
That's how you want them coming to the boat. When they can't even move
does not
because
know
they're
he's
exhausted.
on him yet. And you could tell this morning, Chad Pipkins not starting on that spot. They are coming to him. He did not know what he was on.
Man, oh man, did they ever come to him this morning? He's got a 18-pound lead.
I think he's a 517 kid, not 313. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
You were excited. He was excited.
Tighten up.
And that 18-pound lead, strangely enough, I thought you were kidding when you said it. I thought about, no, you're right. That's not a safe lead here. Not a safe lead.
Combs on the exact spot he caught him yesterday.
Brandon Card cut into it with that last fish he had. He's up to 20 pounds. Third guy with more than 20 today.
Oh, he did. Oh, yeah. He doesn't have the 18-pound lead.
Crouching Tiger.
Look out.
Man, little guys today. But fish is a fish.
It's true.
We're ready, boss?
We're ready. Scale is 0.
If you look at Combs' profile picture, that's exactly what he thinks of that bass
2-2?
right now.
2 ounces.
Okay.
We've got to change that
2-2.
profile
Another
picture.
good brother.
It is. Just like him.
Taking a look at Combs. Fishing a very notorious area right here on Lake Fork. So many good little tapering points and ledges right around there. Like that, Rod Moore? See if we can't fly around right here and lock in. Right back up the lake. Brandon Cobb, who's had a unusually slow day after the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, caught a big one very, very early today. It's been super, super quiet for him ever since. Our winner, Blake Hartwell this year, already on the Bassmaster lead here.
He's not. Well, that's a little. I don't think he's a keeper either. You are not 14 inches long. Ah, he ain't a keeper. He's tiny. I don't even need to measure him. Stop. Fish. Shield. Stop it. Oh, he about got me. Better grab his front hook than grab him.
Let's get back out to Keith Combs.
Oh, yeah.
A smaller one a little while ago.
Combs said the number one thing about this spot is it reloads, but you have to let it rest.
Oh, look out.
That might even be a sand bass. No, it's a black. You think a 2-3?
2-3? 2-4 maybe? Scale is 0.
All right.
2-4.
2-4, okay.
A little better one.
Well.
Got a little more belly on it.
Yeah.
You feel like it's coming with him.
Oh,
it's coming.
gosh,
There's no doubt.
You gotta feel it.
You can't rake the bottom of
You're
this
right
lake
there.
as much as he does, and it is.
Just mark this. 5 minutes ago, he was 30 pounds back of Chad Pipkins.
I want you to also watch how Combs, one of the things that I've learned the years I fished with him, how he always, after he gets a school ignited, points his boat, the front of his boat, always away from the school.
Huh.
Every time he gets one ignited, he'll always tip the front of his boat away so he never, ever gets on top of that school. And he almost, what's interesting is the years of fishing with him, he constantly casts almost 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock to the back of the boat when he's fishing these offshore spots. And he almost lets the boat kind of pull his crankbait at times.
All right.
Let's see what he's caught today, Keith Combs.
He's back in the top 10.
He didn't seem genuinely excited when his Marshall referee said, I think that might be a 2-4. He kind of,
No.
Yeah.
Really, yeah. I'll be darned.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, he's got 4 for 8.8, and Lee Livesey has 1 for 2.8 right now.
Wow.
Man,
He's
little guys
25th,
today.
35 pounds back.
No, it's a black.
Livesey, whose nickname he got when he was 2 years old is Sand Bass. His sister
Think a
tells me.
2-3?
Why?
He was 2 years old, and his grandfather and dad put him between him, and he was fishing. He said, I think I got one. They said, no, you don't got one. He pulls it in as like a couple-inch sand bass.
Oh.
And it's stuck. Sand Bass Jackson, that's his middle name.
Tommy's middle
Lee
name.
Sand Bass Jackson
That should be my
Livesey.
middle name.
Tommy's is Round Goby.
You been round Goby? No, not lately.
Oh.
You know what happened to the last guy that called him Sand Bass so
That's exactly right.
No, I'm curious. What?
I have no idea. I'm just asking you.
Well, let's see. I just called him Sand Bass.
Hit him with a lawnmower blade.
Clam knife.
Right.
That thing way there. 10. Not too bad.
See Pipkins moving. I've got my eye on Pipkins Marshall. He is the principal.
He really is. He's maybe
He's like, it's from the show Vice Principal.
Yeah.
Great day with Pipkins so far.
Yeah, he's had to be on his toes this morning. He's
The good news about all this timber
lifted
is
a lot
there's
of
plenty
weight.
of time to eat and drink.
And one of his title sponsors,
Well,
correct me if I'm wrong, Douglas J. Hair Products.
Oh, really? Okay.
When you
Well,
and
that
I
makes
first
sense.
started
Yeah.
covering him,
I believe it.
I thought he had the Derek Remitz thing where he just kind of woke up and walked out the door.
Come on now.
Pipkins has plenty of pop, flare, and sizzle.
Oh, he does?
With his
He
hair
does.
every day.
Man, I'd say he starts every day with a vigorous scalp massage.
One of my twins has incredible bedhead generally the entire
Always,
afternoon.
yeah. Well, that's what you're after these
Right.
days, right?
There's a blog piece of the judges got some serious training on how to weigh and everything they're supposed to be doing. Some of these guys have been
done
around
great.
doing it for, since it started.
Hats off to all them, man. Texas Parks and Wildlife put that whole deal together. And
I saw a photo of Gwen Reed.
Super qualified guys.
Gwen Reed, I took photos of her too years ago.
Gwen Reed was like 2008 when we started doing this TTBC format.
Is she out there this week?
Yeah, that's why I saw her this morning in a blog photo. Yeah,
took photos of her at Ray Roberts.
I think she's with Clifford Perch today.
Garrett Paquette, slow day so far, and that's exactly how it was for him yesterday.
Yeah.
He said he was, obviously Pipkins has more up his sleeve, because Paquette said there's a lot of his offshore fish yesterday, mid-depth offshore, he was within sight of Pipkins.
Yeah.
It happened late for Paquette. From 210 to 225, he caught like almost 24 pounds of fish.
And before we'd be like, oh, he must have just came into range and all of his fish popped in. And then yesterday he was like, he said that specifically, that it was bang, bang, bang.
Trying to actually catch some fish today.
Bill Lone with a 412. So I was going to ask you, Z, with you said to keep a watch on the big bass. Just what is a big bass here? I think everything over 4.5. So we had 104 pounders yesterday and 25 over 6.
Oh, that was big for Ronnie. He was on that number all
Oh yeah,
day
4 pounders.
long.
4 pounders.
Looking for a century mark of 4 pounders.
When are we going to get there?
We get there when we get there.
That's exactly right. Taking it down to 35 today.
What the problem?
35th yesterday was 16 pounds even, right at that. So.
I can't
You
even
think it'll be
use
more? You
scale
think it'll be like a
hardly.
third
That's terrible.
cut line today? 16 pounds even yesterday for 35th. Be more today? Maybe like 30, 35 total?
I'll go 33-ish.
33?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
No, all I gotta do is catch 4 more 5-pounders. How hard is that? I mean,
Which that tells you it's not easy. I mean, it's...
No, not everybody's catching them.
I mean,
big
there was
time.
some great 18-pound stringers yesterday that were 4 fish.
Yeah.
Hunter Shryock, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, 15 pounds, 14 something on 3.
I need to get some hair deal.
Yeah, Gustafson and Jacobson were up there with 4. Boy, one more fish, they moved 15 spots up.
So I just want to point this out. If you go to a well-known tackle retailer's website right now, all the DC 300s are out.
I should have got some of them homemade
Out of stock
cookies.
already.
Boy, I had me some cookies made from home. Boy, they was good. That chocolate chip.
You ate them all the first day?
No. I ate some on the way down here, and then
You didn't bring any? God, hey, he brought me and you. Oh, damn.
They was
on the homemade, but got the store-bought was for the guests.
Oh, they was special.
I know. Me and Cameron are special. Special needs. Somebody else in this cookies working before.
Maybe I should have brought some of them because today Chits Ahoy ain't doing no good. Well, they would have been good. Boy, some milk, cookies. Oh, man. You know what'd probably be better than that? About a 9.7. Stump. That is one thing I wish Texas would have done before they built this lake. Whenever and clear cutted this entire lake.
Kafka keeping it light there with Luke Palmer.
Oh, yeah, Eric's always keeping it light.
Keeping it light.
Yep.
Maybe that 7-pounder will be a bass instead of a blue cat like it was yesterday.
Vaping and cranking.
That hurts your feelings.
Ain't the orange? All right.
Come on, fish.
That's
right
awesome, dude. That is nice. You can get any flavor nowadays. Shit.
green blob of rain coming has just hit like south near the dam. So we might see some rain here.
Boy, we talked about it yesterday with Chris Zaldane and a lot of our swim baiters.
Have we been live today?
That Pipkins just asked if we've been live today.
No, afterthought. We just decided to turn you on right now. Yeah.
Gosh.
Film the woods or something. Do the pea pan.
You're talking about our swim baiters?
We have talked, guys like Chris Zaldane, that is so risky of a style of fishing, man. It makes you a hero on stage, but boy, if that window does not open, you are playing with fire in a fishing tournament.
I caught a 6.5.
It
Certainly burned
awesome.
him at the Classic, for sure.
We talked about it. We've seen guys throughout the years. Steve Kennedy, who said throwing a swim bait helped and hurt his career because you get so addicted to it. It's almost like we talked about it one time. It's like throwing an umbrella rig. You get so mentally attached to it, you forget everything else.
A couple big fish. Scott Canterbury 4.5, but Micah Frazier and Hank Cherry Jr. just came across the board with 6.25 pounders.
Big fish alert.
Yeah.
BFA.
Bing bong. Ding dong.
Yeah, Chris Zaldane was like 1 or 2. A Lanier.
Yeah.
Same thing happened. And right after that, the Classic. What you were talking about.
But it's such a bizarre addiction with the. I mean, look, Chris Zaldane is addicted to fishing that way. Carl Jacobson is addicted to fishing that way, and the obvious reason is, I mean, it catches the size bass that you annihilate tournaments with, but rarely do you see that last on a multi-day event.
Yep, we're back here. It's 9:55 here. Back on our starting spot. Wind kind of started blowing in. Got a little warmer. The air temperature got a little warmer. And I'm just fishing again. It's just clay and shell and just slow rolling the swim bait through here. The presence of bait isn't here like it was yesterday, and it's that has a lot to do with the the north wind that was blowing into this spot. But I haven't seen very many herring on the bank. We're gonna have to make that transition to that mid-depth zone from 8 to 12, 10 to 12 feet of water. That's where the fish are heading right now. I mean, it's May, and if they're not chasing shad right up on the bank, they're gonna be just off. Got some areas that have some hard spots in 8 to 12 feet. Throw a swim bait or a crankbait by there for the rest of the day. But every time I run by this spot, I mean, you got to check it because it's time and it happens quick.
Gosh, I got bit right there, man.
But I mean, look at your guys that were swim baiting yesterday, Brandon Cobb, Lee Livesey. You see what they're doing today. But somewhere through this day, guaranteed that window, what you heard Zaldane say, that window will open. And it might only be a 10 to 15 minute window at most.
Certainly how he got it done yesterday, very quickly, very early.
Last one.
BC?
Yeah.
Well,
bonus coverage?
Why not?
BC on DC? Drew Cook?
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying?
I think scales is 0.
So 3 pounds, 2 ounces.
That one did not help.
Well, you want to talk about somebody that has come to the Elite Series to play? That guy right there.
You got a pig?
Up again.
A lot of elites are known for things, but swim jigging, Chad's probably his favorite thing to do other than sight fishing.
Oh, it's a hoss. Good job, man. You're on 0? Yeah, scale 0. You're on live too. 4 pounds, 15 ounces.
I guarantee you Drew Cook's dad's loving that right there. Loving that.
You're absolutely right. He's having a fantastic year, Drew Cook. Just
another hoss.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Wow. It's happening again.
A little choppy, but it sounds huge.
Yeah. We're getting the right sounds.
He's throwing a plug, too. Try to connect back with Drew Cook.
Oh, no, that was good. Drew Cook.
Well, he cut his...
That was to be concluded.
Cook cut his deficit by standing 7th today. Cook cut his deficit in the AOY, Patrick Walters, from about 30 to 15.
He's taken over rookie. I mean, unofficially, right at this point, he's overtaken rookie of the year, right? He's on top.
See if we can make it happen one big time. What?
Isn't he 12
No, Walter still has him by 14 points, and he started 29 ahead.
Oh,
Walter started. Walter's struggling today. Just had his 4th fish for 7 pounds, and Drew Cook's climbed from 7th to 4th right now.
Take a look at those Angler of the Year points. How about that?
Attenbury fell.
Patrick Walters, Drew Cook, 2 rookies on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Veteran Scott Canterbury, Corey Johnston, the winner from Winyah, Stetson Blaylock. That's a stout list.
Yeah,
that seems to be jockeying almost every day.
We got a fairly low average age on that list.
Yeah,
too,
I see that.
Scott Canterbury, John Cruz, a couple of the elder statesmen in there, and they're not old.
No,
those guys at all.
Come on, Big Mama. I always like to crank my way into where we're fishing because sometimes they slide out. Yesterday I caught some really nice ones like that.
I'm just like... I thought throwing an A-rig was bad. Gore. He thought throwing a dang A-rig was bad. $25 down the drain every time you throw it.
Come on, Bertha. Stop the bait.
Nope.
Stetson Blaylock's making a bit of a move today. He's almost to 19 pounds, 7th place. He started 29th.
All right, here we go.
Is he back on the juice? It almost looks like he is. That tree in the background's kind of a little bit of a giveaway.
Bing bong.
Watch out.
Yep, he is back on it.
Can't stay away from that cast.
Why would you?
Why would you?
Yes.
Oh, you got to do it, man.
I got to call one more time.
Yeah, look at that. He's exactly on it here, Ryan Z.
517 Lansing kid has come to play in a big way here on day 2. Toyota Texas Fest. It has been a Cracker Barrel sampler platter all day long with a side order of pancakes. Come on. And I told you I want smoked syrup with my pancakes, Tommy Sanders.
Sorry.
What?
Sorry, Mr. Zona.
New personal
I'll make that
best.
mistake again.
Oh my God!
What an unbelievable morning on Bassmaster Live. And here's the thing, if you got to hang with us yesterday, it got going about this time of day.
Another one?
About this time of day, we had a little lull.
Yeah, and bang.
Gotcha.
Okay, somebody just nailed Chad Pipkin from the truck there. Did you hear that? What they called him?
No.
Dana Carvey.
Oh my gosh,
That's pretty good, huh?
That is spot on.
Oh my gosh, he can feel that today. He can ward that off. He is bulletproof. Chad Pipkins, big time lead. Brandon Carr, Drew Benton, Drew Cook in there. Boy, we've got the stars of this season.
We actually need to see it tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little long for a lead that size, and it will. I'll make that prediction. That and more to come when we come back.
Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
Your thing. Be sane. Don't fritter away your time.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO, Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
The streets up.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Bassmaster Live. Get back out to Chad Pipkins on the scene at the spot where he absolutely wrecked him. Solid. 30 pounds and about successive casts this morning. This is going on again.
Come on, girl.
Same place.
That's a big one. Stay on, baby. Oh, my God. Please stay on there. It's a freaking giant. Please, Lord, stay on there. I'm going to be coming. You need to get to my right because I'm going to come along that left side. Stay down, stay down. Oh, God, this is the one. Come on. It's a tank. Oh, my goodness. Gosh dang. Don't do it. Oh my goodness. It's like that first one. Let me land this fish, baby. Come on, girl. Nice and easy. I want to take you for a boat ride, girl. Or not, we just want to let you go after we get your picture. Oh my God, stay on, baby. Come on, let me land you. Oh, God. Come on, girl, come on. Don't do it, don't do it. Please. Oh, God. Get my hands in your mouth! Woohoo! Get you some of that! Eating the DC-300. Mwah! Woo! Oh my goodness! It's the one we were after.
6 something? 6 something?
Yeah, gotta be.
Oh, that's a long one. Maybe I can weigh one in.
Heavy 6.
Pretty skinny.
It'd be super weird if you could weigh in a heavy 6 and not an 811.
Yeah.
Not that
Gosh, it's skinny, man.
It's a 7.
6.
7 something.
I'm with you.
Big
6
eye in
and a
him.
Big head. My gosh.
6'8".
6'8". 6'8".
6'8".
Oh, let me measure that one.
That's a short fish.
Ah, look at his tail.
So great.
Right.
Principle.
Sit back down.
We
That's
got
short.
post-spawn fish and pre-spawn fish coming.
Lay it up there by him.
I just got to check because he's long. I would love to
Yeah,
get
go ahead
the
and waste my time.
picture with one, but I guess
Might want to just throw
rather
your,
just
throw your
little
300
23
again.
inch, right? See ya.
Just
God, they're like
throwing your
holding
plug.
children. I don't even have any kids, but they're like holding kids, I'm guessing. Get me ready for parenting. Yes, sir.
That's a 210 cull.
High
He's
fives
over
around.
30 pounds. 30-15.
6'8".
62-14.
Oh my gosh! I told you he's going to get to 65 pounds today. It's possible.
Absolutely
It's definitely
possible.
possible.
Got
If he stays on that
330.
spot, he will.
What's his total right
33
now for
written on
today?
his hand.
62-14.
That's what he had on his hand. He's going to mention it
Incredible
again. His check-in time's 3:30.
Drew Cook, Brandon Carr doing the best they can. I mean, having
Unbelievable.
fantastic days and still just under the shadow of Chad Pipkins. Brandon Carr, Drew Benton, Brandon Cobb in there. Now, cut line, very, very important today. You got to be in the top 5 if you want to come back on Sunday and fish for 2 more days.
Most critical name on that cut line is Scott Canterbury in our Angler of the Year
Oh,
race.
yeah, very much so. He is not really doing what he wanted to do here.
Exactly
But he's
right.
got time to turn it around.
Chess Tacarante.
Oh, my God.
15 pounds and 15-15 was the cut line, so maybe that 31 to 32 will be. So it'll definitely move up from that 22 right now.
What'd you say, 34, 30, 33?
33-ish,
I
I
say
thought,
33,
kinda,
34. Here's our Hummingbird lay of the lake with everybody on it right
Beautiful, beautiful, gorgeous shot of our Hummingbird lay of the lake. There's a lot of our notorious main lake areas not being occupied. This time around, as much as other Texas Fest we've had down here, more of a secondary gig going on like we're seeing with Chad Pipkins and some of our other anglers that are catching them. I have so much history in a lot of these creeks, Little Caney, the Glade, Jamie Hartman, the middle of nowhere out in the lake.
Make it a run, make it a run.
Yeah, there might be something there. Brad Watley.
Unbelievable how spread out, whenever you have a tournament at Lake Fork, how spread out the anglers get here.
Whole place so productive, so much potential everywhere you turn.
Taking a sneak back down the lake. One of our anglers with a camera today. Back out with Keith Combs, Bassmaster.
Live.
Crouching Tiger.
Well, reckon we got the Scout again. But it is 5.
It is 5. 5 will get you to day 2 sometimes, or day 3.
Yes, sir.
Scale is 0.
Maybe another 2-4. Maybe.
Seeing what we can do.
Well, we got the.
They're getting bigger. Oh. 2-4.
2-4. We hit 2-5 for a second, huh? We're gonna give him 2-4.
2-4.
I thought we had us a kicker.
I thought we did. Right when I said they're getting bigger and shrunk.
Don't ever do that.
Well, Keith Combs unofficially in 6th place, doing enough to stay in that top 10. Very important. Brandon Cobb again looking for.
Oh, God, I about lost my balance. That one might be a keeper.
Brandon with 2 for 8 pounds.
He's a keeper. Pretty confident. Do we even need to measure him? We'll measure him just to make sure, but 99% sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he pooped right on my floor. Oh, it smells.
Scales are 0.
Got him?
Got him.
Quit flopping.
Hang on a second.
Touch his tail. There you go.
There you go. 114.
114?
Yep.
All right. That's about what I figured. It's fat.
Tell you what I'd kill for right now.
What's that?
TH Marine Weather Report.
See if I can help you out here.
That'd be great.
Because we have been watching some clouds, and right now the conditions, I want to fill you in on that first. 79 is the high today. After a low of 59, partly cloudy, as you can see right now. The wind 7 miles an hour. Not enough for some folks, plenty for others.
Well done, Mr. Abrams. Real quick, if I
you.
could circle back on this Such. That was fish number 2 for Brandon Cobb.
Yes.
Wow.
Sunday and Monday looking pretty good. A little windier on Monday. We'll only have 10 guys out there on Monday, Championship Monday. Looking to win the lion's share of that $1 million purse we have at stake here. And one of them will win automatic ticket to the Classic. Yeah, we got a little rain about to cover up Lake Fork here. Yeah, clouds have covered it up for sure. Heavy duty, no red in that map, and that's a good sign.
No. Well, you see, Zaldane, he is going to push it today, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He is going to. But like we've seen, you only need a few minutes. That shot, you get a good look at how close Pipkins really is to the main lake.
That was yesterday's cast. See what she brings. Ooh. Let's make a couple casts with a worm and we'll let her sit again.
Drew Cook just upgraded again with a 3.6. He's up to 22.4 on the day.
Reduced his deficit to the leader to less than 15 pounds.
Less than 15 pounds.
That's.
The weird thing is, if you look at the history of the majority of our post-spawn tournaments, they're usually very, very, very close by the end of them. They really are. Most of our post-spawn events on a traditional body of water are usually very tight weight tournaments.
Diet today.
All right.
Yeah. Not every tournament are you dealing with a guy who's could be on track for 130 pounds by midday on day 2. That's unusual.
Bill Lowen with a 4.11. He's up to 18.5.
Well, they quit biting.
Big fish alert by Such.
He's climbed to 16th
Found
place.
this little point in practice. It was it didn't have any big fish on it. I caught like a 3.5 pounder, but you could almost get bit at will on a worm just throwing it up there. And I pulled it up now and just caught. I had 4 or 5 bites, then they quit biting. Not really
happily
sure.
exhausted. Pretty crazy.
Just imagine being 3 hours into day 2 of competition and having 62 pounds. Your average fish is 6 pounds 5 ounces for 10 fish. All of them would be 6.5.
He's got a 4.5 pounder to cull 1 ounce.
Knock the fire out of it. Didn't have it. I don't think a white bass would hit a dang 10-inch worm. I don't know how he didn't get it. Maybe it would, I guess. Dang. Let's try that again. Look, they pulled my hook out. Yeah, he thought about it. He thought about it. Two casts with this, 2 casts with the crankbait. We're gone until we return. Come on, brother. And we got a good day to practice. We need to make sure, just like yesterday, I said my plan was to find 1 new spot. I hope I did. We got to do that today. I was catching them shallow in practice and only had these 2 places that had a couple deeper bites. I'm like, it just kind of happens to be where they're going. You can spend a little more time looking. Might be a good thing.
Let's get out to Shane LaHue, moved into the top 12, 12th place. Watch Shane for a while with some bonus coverage here.
Yes, sir. Great bonus coverage. Roommate of Brandon Cobb.
Yeah. Gamer rival.
Yes.
Brandon Cobb.
Big time gamer.
Said he does not like the slugfests.
No.
Does not like them.
Read that. Who wrote that? Was that Thomas Allen?
Thomas Allen, exactly.
Thomas Allen. Great article.
Yeah, very good article. Shane LaHue. It's on Bassmaster.com right now.
Said he believes luck is a factor in the slugfests.
There you go.
And I've noticed this. I grew up just down the street from him. Whitaker, Cherry, like all those North Carolina guys. Williams, David Williams, years past in the Elite Series. Shane Lineberger. We catch a bunch of 12 to 17 pound bags in our lakes. We're not used to catching maybe 100 pounds for 4 days, so it kind of gets out of control, and you can stumble into a bar fight with the wrong equipment.
Well, in all honesty, I think that's why you see the reaction from a Chad Pipkins this morning. A dude from Lansing is not used to seeing that.
How do you practice for that? How do you know? You had 31.15. How do you know? Can I do that tomorrow? I don't know if I can do that tomorrow. Like we'll just go make a couple casts there maybe.
You know, when you see a Drew Cook or a Drew Benton or guys like Brad Watley or Lee Livesey, they're used to seeing bass like that. A lot of our Texas viewers and our Florida viewers, they're used to seeing fish like this. There are people that fish for a living that are not used to seeing bass that size.
Even guys in Texas aren't used to catching that many big ones probably.
No, there's a lot of them that are. I mean,
well, there are for sure, but even like local tournament anglers, you know, you bring in 20 pounds and that's just, it's scoffed at and you're like, man, I caught him, you know? So catching 30, it's understandable.
There's a big difference at the Classic 6 weeks ago. Chad Pipkins was his arm was in a sling. He'd broken his collarbone.
Is that when the Classic was? Because it feels like it was like 14 years ago.
Yeah.
About 6 weeks ago.
What a morning.
Been sitting in a chair for 3 hours and I feel exhausted from just watching what we've seen today.
The interesting thing that we will definitely take a look at later today. There are guys that have to make up some ground on Chad Pipkins. Now, obviously, our off day tomorrow will factor into this event, but it is definitely catch-up ball.
Bassmaster Live coming back. Facebook Live coming up here just a few minutes.
Was that one of the best mornings of Bassmaster Live?
Gosh,
and I said that during the St. Johns River tournament every day.
It was exhausting. Live mix will be available all during our break. We're about to take our 1 hour break, and we're coming back with Bassmaster Live, 12:30 Eastern Time. Take you all the way to 3:30, almost a weigh-in time.
Chad Pipkins has bumped himself into the top 3 ever displays on Bassmaster Live.
Absolutely, solidly
Lansing
in there right
kid.
now. Yeah, a personal best for him, you might say.
New personal best!
Exactly, Chad Pipkins. You got it. We'll be back in a little bit.
New personal best!
It's the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Being brought to you live by Carhartt.
We're back live. I tell you what, I feel like we lived a lifetime of bass fishing this morning.
Well, we did.
We saw so much this morning at the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest. Lake Fork, come on. We knew it would be good. We just didn't know if we'd see anything like what we saw Chad Pipkins pull off this morning, an incredible run.
We made the statement actually when we got into the studio this morning. It could be one of those special, one of those magical days. Lake Fork showed up with a young man, the Lansing kid, named Chad Pipkins.
It was incredible. You'll be seeing plenty. You'll be seeing
building the drama right there.
Well
Tommy
done.
Sanders.
Well
Thanks.
done. You'll be seeing plenty of that as we go through this afternoon. 3 full hours of Bassmaster Live coming your way today. And, of course, we got some business to take care of first. And I feel like Ronnie Moore's back there. Ronnie,
right there.
Numbers can get out of hand. But if you can tame them like Ron Moore can, bring them to heel, they'll show us some things that are meaningful. And I'm sure you got that for us now on the screen of knowledge.
It's been hard to wrangle the stats this week at
I hear
Lake
you.
Fork because they've been out of control. We saw yesterday, I talked about it a bunch, how many 4+ pounders we had yesterday. 105 of those. We're on pace with that, around 50 already, just 50 4+ pounders in just a short amount of time, less than half the day so far this morning. Yesterday, we had over 1,200 pounds of fish weighed in, not the cold, just the 5 fish being brought to the scales. 62 of our 75 caught limits. We saw the average fish was 3.5 pounds, a good average mark. We saw some of these big bass, 8-12, 2 of those yesterday. This morning we've already seen 1 of those, Chad Pipkins, an 8-11. So we've seen 3 8-pounders this week. Big bag yesterday, 31.15 for Pipkins. He's followed it up already today with a 30-pound, 15-ounce bag. It's really hard to duplicate these numbers, but I'd say by time weigh-ins in to today, we will see very similar numbers comparing day 1 to day 2.
One day to 2. All right, very good. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you very much. Well, it's time to get after it.
You killed it, Ron Moore.
Absolutely.
Shutting the door.
Let's see what we can do with the Toyota midday report here. Starting with Luke Palmer.
Taking shit at the door. Exactly right,
Okay,
Tommy
all right.
Sanders.
Yeah, that's the way to start it.
Luke Palmer starting out early, and we thought Luke Palmer was one to watch with this frog. Basically a frog and a swim jig all day long yesterday. He said, I will stick to that. I will throw nothing else the entire day. Well, he has done that. But a lot of our leaders that we have had cameras on today are top 6 anglers, except for Chad Pipkins. That's a fish we did not see.
We did not see that little bonus fish right there. That's good.
Right, there's a chug.
Coming off a good tournament last time at Winyah Bay.
Hey, a lot of little male bass, but a lot of this must have happened when we went to our midday report.
Yeah, they did get some rain up there during that time, yeah.
Eric Kapka camera footage right there.
Boy, one blast after another. Good stuff.
And obviously a lot of our anglers that are fishing shallow, one of those being Mr. Chris Zaldane, the Zaldangerous one, the puppet master. Chris Zaldane starting on his shallow clay points, concentrating on a shad spawn with a topwater bait early. A lot of his damage yesterday, pretty much the first 2.5 hours with his Megabass Mag Draft swim bait. Today, very, very slow for one Chris Zaldane.
Absolutely. Not getting the conditions he wanted that wind. Loves the clouds here. Did not have the combination of both during the course of this day.
Exactly right. One of the things he was worried about, if he didn't catch him in the first 2 hours, he said, it's not going to be good. Well, that's been the case. Another angler that we got to hang with all day long yesterday, and it's terrible to say, the young man with 38 pounds for 10 fish right now is struggling today. Keith Combs, but you looked at where he did his damage yesterday. It was about this time of day, really from 10 till 2 o'clock for Keith Combs, but Keith Combs has lived offshore today, still looking for one of his 3 schools to fire Tommy Sanders.
Yeah, says he's got to get them all to fire. Got to have them fired during the course of this tournament here. If he went, yeah, thank you. That's a good man. Some background music there. Perfect for what we see going on here. And Keith Combs just not having the size, not really intersecting in a big way with any of those schools as yet.
Oh. Here's one we did not see
in our. Hold on, maybe.
Oh my God!
Oh boy!
Whoa!
What's this again?
Yeah, I'm talking about a dadgum East Texas stud right there. Big miss for Keith Combs on a spot that he has kept honest probably about a half dozen times on day one.
Another guy spent a lot of time shallow is Brandon Cobb, our winner from Lake Hartwell. Two tournaments ago. This is an aerial shot we did not get to see of his big catch this morning.
Exactly right.
Caught a
Started
nice
out on the shad spawn, big spinnerbait bite. And we thought, for all intent and purpose, that we thought this morning after the first 10 minutes with Brandon Cobb, here we go again. And it kind of tapered out a little bit for Brandon Cobb.
Caught a big one on a swim bait yesterday. Good for the tournament, tied 4.
Good one right there early for Brandon Cobb. Boy, it almost seems like if that shad spawn thing did not happen for you this morning, the day it turned into a grind. Brandon Cobb, though, still a lot of time left on the board, but definitely not the size that we got to see on day number 1.
It'll be close.
Man of the day.
Oh, no doubt about that.
Lansing kid.
Him, right there.
517.
Chad Pipkins.
Chad Pipkins. If you are just tuning in to Bassmaster Live, Texas Fest, he put on a vulgar display of power that I know, I struggle.
Oh, I know.
I struggle. He put on a Cracker Barrel all-you-can-eat buffet this morning.
Midnight buffet. That was exactly
right.
what it was.
And did all of his damage. I'm going to try to learn how to speak English the rest of the day.
Okay, good.
Tommy.
That's a challenge for me, I can tell you.
Yes, it is.
I know.
Demiki 300 crankbait. There we go.
Holy smokes.
That's kind of where it got going.
And just kept going.
And kept going. Almost successive casts, almost 30 pounds in this run right here. What was it?
Here we go.
Oh, I'll tell you what it was.
Big old mouth.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
Get
No,
you some of
deprived.
that.
He shaved it.
Yes! Woo! Another one? Falls victim. Eddie. Gotcha. Woo!
The cast, he called it.
Crankbait in a handful, buddy.
The magic cast, money cast. So much poundage of largemouth bass from Lake Fork.
Yeah, this was not a quarter-mile stretch. This was a single.
That's how you want them to come to the boat. When they
making.
can't even move because they're exhausted.
Unbelievable footage here
catching.
on Bassmaster Live.
I mean, they're good ones still.
Catching a bunch of fish like that absolutely meant nothing.
Get my hands in your mouth! Woohoo! Get some of that! Eating the DC 300.
Unbelievable
One
morning.
fraction of 1% of all anglers get a day like that in their life. He's so fortunate to get to experience that, and us too, to get to experience it with him.
Take a look at our Humminbird Lay of the Lake, and here's what you learn by the Humminbird Lay of the Lake with our top 10 unofficial. Well, no, actually, it would be official.
Yeah,
Anglers.
it is official.
It has pretty much been all over Lake Fork today. Drew Benton with a great morning. See Chad Pipkin still kind of in his primary area, just around the corner, quietly. Jeff Gustafson.
He just filled his limit with a 5. He's up to about 19.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is he one of the anglers yesterday that did not catch a limit? Caught 4
fish.
bass.
One more would have helped him immensely.
Yeah, it would have been a big day if he'd caught 5. Luke Palmer hanging in there in the top 10. Brandon Cobb still in 5th place. Brandon Carr, a big move today.
One thing we said coming into this tournament that Lee Livesey told us, he said, this is a dangerous tournament because every depth zone is happening, whether you're in 1 foot of water concentrating on a shad spawn, maybe even spawning bass. Well, there's the angler that we thought would be in the top 10, Keith Combs. Missed a good one earlier. On the water live.
Well, I lost a pretty good one, just a single. Didn't get any other bites on that place, and that's where my big school was on Wednesday. It was about a 5-pounder. You know, just I thought I had him pretty good, but he came he bit pretty shallow and he came at the boat pretty hot. So that's not a real good combination when you're throwing a big plug, and I just jumped him off. Just 5-pounder, I mean, you know, love to have him, but I think, you know, that's not going to be the one that makes or breaks our tournament. We're going to have to hit a school and fire them up and catch them like we did yesterday, but they're going to have to be those 6 to 10s. It can happen any place. I mean, the places we're fishing, they got that kind of potential. Just time them right. We're going to fish this hole on out right here and head on back to where we started, and hopefully, you know, hopefully ain't nobody set in on it, because I think if it's been rested for this amount of time during the midday, we're going to catch them there. It just makes me nervous. You're going to pull up and it'll be somebody sitting there. What do you do? I just can't sit there. I guess I could, because every time I've left it, I haven't caught squat. But I know I'm not. I feel as if I'm not trying to win, and you know, if I didn't, I mean, I came to Fork to try to do something, and if I wasn't trying to fish a winning pattern, I would go up and, you know, throw a frog and look for them, and, you know, try to catch that 20 a day, and believe me, you can up shallow, but you're not going to win.
Keith Combs, 2 1/4 average, 5 fish.
We're here.
Right across the board. 7th place, and he's 25 pounds back.
Wow.
Drew Cook just called again. He's in second.
Spot.
He's
Come
up to
on, right there.
24 1/4.
Was that a big fish alert, Such? How big a fish did he call?
No, it was only a 313, but that gave him another pound, I think. He's only 12-14 back now. Boy, he's making a move on that AOI. Started this event 29 behind Patrick Walters, who's fallen 1 spot today, and he's gained 5. After day 1,
Come
Pipkins.
on, man, dude, this guy, probably a nice fella, but he don't get this whole spectator deal. He just, you know, I want to work back out through here. I'm working right through there, old buddy, in the black boat. Just, he's just gonna drive across it. Oh well. You know, you get a little bit more frustrated when you lose one though. But still, I mean, man, you know, read your map, fellas. You want to come out and watch us fish? That's cool, man. We appreciate the fan base. But, you know, try to really kind of watch what the guy's doing, and you know that I just typically gonna fish down a ridge and come back down it. But what do you say? What do you say?
Combs loses another one, he's going to unwind on somebody.
He's just gonna.
I'd kill for some BC.
Seems his
Bonus
mood
coverage. How about
Yes,
Jeff Gustafson?
I would. Yes, sir.
BCJG, Jeff Gustafson.
My gosh. Good stuff.
Hey, Jeff. Having a good day today?
Yeah,
come?
much better on the fish catching for sure.
Well, what's been going on?
Well, I have one good deep spot that I sort of found, an offshore spot, which is the way I want to fish here. And I only caught 4 yesterday, and one of them was a baby, and I had 3 big ones. All came off that spot. So I pulled up there this morning, and the fish started blowing up shallow, like on the point, like way up shallow, 2-3 feet of water. And that's where I've caught them all. And I've actually caught them all on a spinning rod, which I know I'm letting all my buddies down on that department, because this is kind of like the big stick lake, but you know, however you got to catch them, right?
Absolutely.
Jeff, if you can, kind of walk us through why it was so much tougher yesterday on numbers compared to today.
Well, I just kind of missed getting on a shallow deal. And I mean, I had some places from practice where there was plenty of fish, but yesterday it was just like one of those days I couldn't get it going. The water muddied up in a couple places, and I never even was like around them. Like I wasn't really seeing a lot of life. And then today, I mean, this point, I fished it yesterday morning and there was nothing here, but it was loaded. And then my deep spot out from it, I made a few casts this morning, and then I saw what was going on up shallow, so I came up here, and that's actually where Brandon Card pulled up, and he caught a couple big ones right in front of me. So they're still out there. I fished it a little bit ago again, and I had one good bite that I didn't hook up on, but I'm pretty much gonna camp on that, most of the afternoon. I know there's like some big bites to be had there, so.
Well, Jeff, it's a kind of a small lake comparatively to other places on the Elite Series, and there's some good spots that are going to be fished by multiple anglers. How much rest do you need to give these places in order to make them, worth going to again?
Yeah, I mean, you like to give it a half hour, or even more if it's possible, but it's just with, there's a ton of local guys out, and then, as you said, it's not a huge lake, and they're not all over on these offshore places yet. It's just like I spent a lot of time doing it in practice, and I got like a couple random fish, but other than that one spot, it was the only real school that I found. And so you'd think every day that's going to get better. If I got so lucky as to catch a couple big ones off of it here, early in the afternoon, then I'll definitely go hunting around to try and find another place like that or two.
Hey, Jeff, if you can you tell us what's been the key bait both days 1 and 2 so far?
Yeah, just a Z-Man Streak Z fluke, 5-inch fluke, just fishing it weightless. It's like really shallow water. And I actually, when I first came in here this morning, I was throwing a big spook type topwater bait, and I lost a big one on it. I hadn't even used the fluke the whole time I was here, but just the bait's kind of small that they're eating. And I tried a swim bait and a spinner bait and some other stuff, and I caught a few, but I put this fluke style bait on, and it was like every time one erupted, I would cast over and catch every single one of them. So it was pretty cool.
Nice.
And it seems to be, I'm kind of like jumping it out of the water, trying to make as much noise as I can with it. And like I haven't missed very many. Like they come and eat it. It's getting eaten.
Do you get followers too? Does it get followed up when you got a fish on?
Not really, but I mean, it's also kind of hard to see. Like you can't. Yeah. You don't really unless they like make a swirl on it or something. You're not really.
Smallest keeper is just under 3 pounds. How long ago did you catch that 5-pounder?
Like 5 minutes before you guys called.
Okay.
Real quick. Cool. I actually couldn't see the bait, but I saw the fish just roll, and I probably should have felt to see if it was on there, but I just took a big swing and had it. So that made my day.
As shallow as these fish are coming, Jeff, are you seeing them break the surface a lot or no?
Early this morning they were big time. It's the poor little shatters scurrying around, jumping out of the water, and but we haven't seen that for a few hours now. It seems like it's just kind of a morning thing. That's really, I knew yesterday, you have to kind of at least catch a few early because there's definitely a bite window, and I think a lot of the guys will say that first thing in the morning, and particularly on these shallow spots. But and I just never caught a break on getting on the right place yesterday, but worked out today, fortunately. So hopefully I'll have enough to make it to fish on Sunday, and life's good.
Yeah. Now, Jeff, we've got some obvious big weight smallmouth tournaments coming up in the near future, which we're sure you're pretty excited about those. Do you like these giant weight largemouth tournaments in the South, or do these scare you a little bit?
I like them if I can fish offshore. I love fishing all the Tennessee River lakes, Port Gibson, the lakes where we got to do the bank beating. That's usually when I get my butt whipped. But if I can fish offshore, then I'm very comfortable, and that's what I kind of prefer to do. So Gunnersville, obviously, I'm pretty excited about that one. I haven't fished a lot of like ledge tournaments there, but I've fished on all the other lakes, quite a bit in May and June. So, and then obviously the smallmouth tournaments will be up my alley for sure.
Well, Jeff, man, we're glad things are working out. Everything's working out today.
Great
Get out,
day.
get out a
Love
little deeper and catch some of those
Yes.
giants too.
Yes,
that would be
sir.
fun. We'll keep
I'm gonna get my butt back out there. I like it when I get to talk to you guys. That's usually a good sign. So
It works out great for us too, Jeff.
Yeah, we love it. Good luck, Jeff Gustafson out there today.
Good stuff.
Yeah, excellent information from Jeff.
Weird seeing him with a spinning rod, though.
Of course, weird seeing
it's
anybody.
so northern of him. That is so Keewatin, Ontario, or wherever he's from.
Chad, does it? I mean, not only for what he's done here. I mean, absolutely mistake-free, Chad Pipkin.
And I'll
that's
tell you
just incredible.
You know what was interesting about that Demiki 300? We talked about it. That's a pretty finessey crankbait for fork. As much as you see big square bills, we were talking about before we went to our intermission. You see 8XDs and 10Xs, blah blah, huge swim baits. Was how well what you were talking about, his execution. But a lot of those fish were getting it. They had both trebles in their face.
Man, yeah, you couldn't lose most of those. And what Ronnie said, and is just right, that's a lure that resembles more a wiggle wart than what most of these guys are using. Huh?
You know, that crankbait, you could tell when he would land them, it's got a very light rattle, not a loud knock. Just subtle, just a very subtle crankbait. He said when he found this spot, this is interesting for if you're following us on Bassmaster Live, we've seen him catch so many smallmouth. You know, I believe Sturgeon Bay, we saw him catch him on that exact crankbait. And when he found these fish, he was using a smallmouth color, kind of like a ghost shad, a very transparent-y color. He hooked a couple. He just tied it on and threw it.
Yeah.
Hooked a couple on the back treble hook. Instantly went to the color he's throwing, and he said that color change.
We're not ready yet.
Absolutely is what they wanted.
What would you call that color?
Oh, it looks more like a chartreuse shad.
With a little more grayish, grayish side of chartreuse.
Correct
maybe?
me if I'm wrong. He gave me the name.
I think it's real shad.
Real shad.
Real shad.
Which is kind of a, sexy shaddy,
whitish. It's got a little like purplish on the back. I
real
think
shad.
with the
That is it. Real shad. Real.
We were asking for an aerial look at Chad Pipkin's spot, and so they deliver it for us.
Exactly. Great aerial of it. Just as you heard Chad Pipkin say, just a stop sign for all these fish that are pulling out of that pocket that he's in. Bunch of post spawn. I was sitting there thinking what's been interesting listening to his marshal and his in-boat referee. He's caught, a 30-pound stringer today, basically. Imagine if those fish were in their summer feeding mode. You can tack on another 5 pounds to that. Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, wow.
They're at like the skinniest point that they'll be all year after they release all their spawn weight before they feed up for their post spawn, and then the fall, obviously, they're feeding up then too.
That's why I said at the beginning of our broadcast yesterday, I thought it would be hard to beat that 11-pound mark that we got to see earlier in the year, just because they're not remotely at their max weight.
Got a couple big fish coming across the board. Jamie Hartman, 7.5, jumps into 6th place.
Pretty good sized fish.
Sweet, tender little minnow coming by. All vulnerable. Hey, a couple more casts and we're gonna head down the other creek.
Couple big ones caught during the break. Caleb Summerall a 7.5. Clifford Perch a 7.2. Bernie Schultz a 7.7.
Summerall for a few minutes was in the top 10, but he's got bumped out.
Dropped back, but he started the day with I think 14 pounds, maybe 14.6 or something. He was in 40th place.
Yeah, he was below the
3 4 miles maybe. Maybe not
did
even
himself
that, maybe
a world of good
miles.
today.
44th.
That is coming right through the lunch meat stand. Come on. Come on. One little bass, no whiteys, and no biggies. Pretty wild. All right, last one. The real last one. You always got to give them one bonus cast just to keep them honest. The bad thing is I know we'll drive out and they'll be sitting on the Humminbird side scan just staring at us. Oh, I should have been right there. Noon. Let's roll. No fish for some new victims.
Pipkin gonna let that spot rest.
There's the good stuff. I mean,
Certainly it's earned
on
it.
here.
Back to Luke Palmer. Staying on top, staying shallow all day long.
He has lived with the game plan. He said frogging and swim jigging, and that is...
If that was in the last pocket we was in, it was over right there.
That type grass is what he said they transitioned to yesterday. He said they went from the lettuce grass to that. He said it's a Thule-style reed.
Wait, I don't want to take that, but we talked about that this morning. I saw Brandon Lesser's big one yesterday, frogging, doing this on a reed patch. It was a long stretch of grass, reed patch, boom, big one, and then that was the only reed patch on that bank.
Gosh, you want to see that happen.
I think it will. At some point here.
For the most part, though, you called it. You thought that there was going to be a massive transition in the top 10.
I said 6 and you said 4 places changed.
Yeah, I have changed my mind.
Oh, you're going for more? Right. More than 4? Okay.
I mean, you're going to be spot on that.
Let's take a look at where Luke caught that good one earlier today.
Get a good shot of what he's been concentrating on. Said he had one really good day of practice is what has held him up shallow.
Inside the bushes, I don't know.
But you get a good look at how high the water is right there.
I was going to ask that, Z.
Swollen. That's the word. You named it.
There's 3 or 4 levels just in this little area of cover for fish to go to.
Right. There's old shore, new shore, and extremely new shore.
And like, how quickly do you think, it's obviously every fish is different, how quickly do you think it takes them from when the rain and the level starts rising? Is it half a day? Is it an hour? When do they start pushing? Because you don't want to be too far ahead of them where they're still behind you, deeper.
Oh, I mean, that's hard to answer for the simple fact that, I really want to see how Drew Cook and Drew Benton
that looks like some of that.
Are fishing all day long because they're catching good solid numbers.
Duckweed or whatever.
And they were ones that we definitely had on our watch list yesterday.
Yeah, Benton's up to 22 fish and Cook's up to 15.
Come on, 5-pounder. I want to get
Dirk
you
Huddle, 5.5, just popped in our top 10.
We have not seen a lot of fish on the bank.
And a couple of those areas that look like Benton and Cook had were maybe like seawalled points where like the water, getting dirtier but not going over the bank yet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, right. They fall through? Yeah.
Seth Fighter, another solid day. Over 18 pounds. Bill Lowen. You know Lowen's shallow.
Yeah. Yeah, we got, do you know the Leggett's down there? Red, Zach Leggett? Yeah. That's where we stay every year. Good people.
Oh, you see Zaldane, he has changed up a little bit, it looks like.
Just really nothing since the first 45 minutes to an hour of fishing today for him. Got a little more wind than he had then.
A little more cranking now.
Yeah.
Laid the swim bait down. About the time yesterday, we started to see a lot of fireworks.
Yep. Luke Palmer hooked up here. Looks like a good one, yeah.
About
12-3, that one should give him an upgrade. It's got it's just over 1.5 pounds, so that should give him a little. There you go. There's a pound.
Boy, he has stayed with it.
I mean,
pretty much everybody that we've covered today has stayed with their gig.
Grinder's gonna grind.
Yes, no doubt.
Well, they're in it. They're all chasing Chad Pipkins right now. Still got that 13-pound lead as we stand right now. Drew Cook and Drew Benton, the other two guys, and like you say, interested to find out what they're doing.
Yeah, there's going to be a common theme with those two.
Yeah, you think
tomorrow.
so?
Guaranteed.
The two roomies from North Florida right there. A couple of really big-time fishermen, that is for sure.
Beautiful aerial shot.
Big-time fishery, beautiful place. Also one of the great crappie lakes in the country as well.
Is.
No doubt about that. Lake Fork continues to amaze. Who knows what's around the next corner? We'll turn that corner and have more for you.
Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh. Here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
During the month of May, you can enter the Fish with Keith Combs sweepstakes for a daily chance to win a $100 Cracker Barrel Old Country Store gift card. A grand prize winner will be selected in May for your chance to fish with me, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Keith Combs. Trip includes round-trip airfare, hotel, rental car, and $500 spending money. Enter daily during May at bassmaster.com/fishwithkeithcombs.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent field. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original Powerbait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Lots of things happen at the end of fishing today. We got a great weigh-in for you on Bassmaster.com. That marks the absolute middle point of our season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We are already halfway through. As we venture into the second half, we will go up Highway 75 from north from Dallas all the way to Tahlequah, Oklahoma. And the Fort Gibson event there, May 16th through the 19th. Coming up in a couple of weeks here and on the Grand Lake system. The same water from Grand Lake, the Grand River system, on its way to the Arkansas River. It should be good. It's always an interesting place. It's always competitive there.
Every single time we've gone there.
Time.
All that one time that we went. But there will be a pile caught. Talking about a pile caught, fair to say, the Power Pole replay of the day thus far, you can take just a with you.
Yeah, there you go.
Almost, Ronnie, but you didn't catch me that time, my friend. Exactly right. It's fair to say that right now, the Lansing Kid, the 517 Little Chatty Pipkins, you are my friend. You are. That's right.
Get you some of that.
That's so good.
That I can't. It is so guttural.
Another one?
WWE everything combined.
Everybody,
So Vince McMahon.
everybody in the club whips their head around when they hear that,
exactly
right?
Yeah. Oh, went full-blown Bluto for a little bit there.
Gotcha.
Chad Pipkin. Woo! I'm going to say it once, and I'll say it again. Then shut the door, turn and win. You are the power pole
Get
replay
my hands in your
of
mouth.
the event so far.
How you going to top it? How you going to top it?
I don't know.
Somebody tops that, we will have seen something this afternoon.
Look at
that's
him.
for sure.
Ta-da!
Oh my gosh.
You can't have it enough. Let's get back out of the water right now with our man, Keith Combs. Still fishing offshore in a notorious area of this lake. Little sketchy.
Got his interest.
Golly. Well, you see Combs pull the drag out on one.
Yeah. That is a good one. Oh, don't stop there. Yeah, that's a good one.
I don't like that snoot hook. Just let him do his deal and get tired. I don't think he's gonna. I know when I get him, I ain't nothing to grab on to. Let's give him a shot. I grabbed old Bill. Old Bill snockered him. Long and lean.
Scale 0. 3.5.
3.5. 3.5.
They're growing up.
They're growing. Boy, it's lean.
Maybe a 1 pound upgrade, thereabouts for Keith Combs.
It's going to be pretty
Slowly.
big. That's.
That was moments ago, actually. Oh, we were at our short break there. Also moments ago.
Your Paquette.
Oh, it's been slow for him today.
Interesting. Garrett Paquette said he's gonna stay offshore, but he's definitely gone shallow.
That's just his third.
You're on the floor.
That's going to get him back into the top 12, but still
A lot of room to
25
grow.
and 25 and a half.
Yeah,
Yeah, a lot of room to grow. 25 and a half pounds behind his fellow Michiganders.
Well, it's probably enough to fish Sunday anyways, as sad as that is. But we're still ahead of schedule. I didn't catch them until 2 yesterday, so we have an hour and 45 minutes to play around before we get serious.
That's his fourth. He's got about 8, 11, back in the top 12 at 12th. Hank Cherry jumping up to 14th. He just caught a 412.
He's been a guy that's been due to go off for a good many weeks now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You called that this morning.
He started 20th today. 10th at Hartwell.
Luke Palmer looks almost identical to where young Patrick Walters was yesterday. Almost identical.
Me, we got Tyler Rivette, he runs with me, and Brock Mosley does, and old baby boy Caleb Sumrall, he goes with us too. That's our, heck, there's more than that. That's just kind of our main ones here lately. Anybody gets around old Sumrall, ask him if he knows a song about Little Rock. Sumrall, yeah, he seems to like that song. Okay, I'll do. Definitely.
Combs.
Just ask him about that. He knows all about it. Oh. No, he likes that song. He'll break down the chorus on it in a hurry.
What is this?
Small Keith Combs.
Yeah, some places, yes.
On this lake it is.
Oh no, no. Some places you are correct.
Not in this tournament format, but on this lake it is.
What is it?
Under 16.
14 to 16?
Palmer, Oklahoma guy. Of course, we're coming up, as we mentioned a few minutes ago, tournament in Oklahoma. Tahlequah and Fort Gibson. He's not. He says, I never go there. He's like anybody from the same state. You ask him anymore, it's like, oh gosh, I don't know much about that place. I've never been there much. He is. I mean, he's way down south central Oklahoma, and he's
got to have a dang 4 foot.
He's south of Eufaula. In fact, he's a good ways away, but still.
I don't think anybody will have a local advantage, even if you're close, because it's 9 to 10 feet high right now with all the rains we've had.
Is it really?
It's
Wow.
not.
Wow.
As of yesterday, it was 9 feet high.
Good info, Ron Moore. Is it really?
And all the lakes around here have risen 1.5 to 2 feet since yesterday this
It is
time. So
9 to 10 feet high at Fort Gibson.
that's what I saw on the interwebs yesterday.
All right. Well, look out your car window as you're going home. See if there's any room in the Arkansas River for them to stuff some of that water.
Holy cow.
Not much, I don't think.
I didn't know that. Wow.
It'll be 10 feet low when we get there, and I'll look really smart. But yeah.
We'll remember that.
Got an article from Thomas Allen on the Drews. They were bumper to bumper this morning for the shad spawn.
Mm-hmm.
Be up real soon.
Well, you want to see this frog happen for young Garrett Paquette.
$23.
Had a huge year last year on the Opens.
Yeah, let's do that. 1 pound, 12 ounce.
It's so great.
Oh, man. It's 5 now.
The kid is
Wow, that is great. Catches 5, done. Going back out. That's awesome.
So quiet, but so analytical. So he's a machine, like literally just the way he fishes when you watch him on the water. Really smart.
The two names you threw me out of the Opens last year to really watch was him and Patrick Walters. I think Drew Cook would have something to say about that young Ronnie Moore.
He was on my list a little.
We're either going to catch him or we're not going to catch him out deep. You know, you can probably sit around and do this and get 13, 15 pounds, but it's just not worth the time you got to spend to do it. So we're gonna spend the next 3 hours either scanning or fishing out deep, and if we can just get that right 20-minute window, it can happen. It can still happen.
I like that. Catches 1, straps the trolling motor, everything done.
Yeah.
Going back offshore.
Fully committed
that is
to the next
great.
thing. That's good.
Wise beyond his years, man.
What would you say his home lake would probably be?
Oh, this is no joke. As you know, I fish up in Alpena around Lake Huron a lot.
Yep.
I see one truck and boat up there constantly. Him. That is no joke, because it is so. Alpena is so far off the beaten path. Like, you gotta. Like, I'm going to Alpena. I always see him up there.
Guess what? You said wise beyond his years. He is the youngest angler in the Elite Series.
Yep.
24 right now. Will be
Wow.
25.
23.
Wow.
He'll
Wow.
be 25 in November.
Sweet stat.
Yeah.
Any
Future.
BFAs, Such? You looked like you were scrolling.
No, I was looking where Paquette is from. He's from Canton, just right outside of Detroit. Krieger caught a 4 too, but
well,
that's not even considered big here.
Every tournament this year has been a little bit of mostly a step forward for him.
Yeah.
I misspoke. He's 5 days older than Skylar Hamilton, but
Got it.
still,
Got it.
him, Walters, Cook are all 3 24-year-olds.
Taking a look at that Dick's Sporting Goods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year list. Young Patrick Walters, Drew. Hey, here's what I'm telling you that list is turning into. We were wondering coming into this year, that list is for real.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Those are all kind of
no
tough guys
doubt
on that
about
list.
it.
No doubt about it, yeah.
And even Luke Palmer looks older than Paquette by years and years, and he is 28 years old, Luke Palmer is.
Garrett Paquette in 5th place. I'll tell you what was amazing was you asked about his home lake. Those times that I'd be up, you know I'm into that I'd be up in Alpena.
Yeah.
I'm talking storm, sleet, wind, 25 degrees. That's when I'd see him
He's
up there.
out there. Wow.
Yes. Which puts you in the category of a complete nutbag.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, both of you.
Exactly. Good list right there, and I'm going to tell you, that list is far from over with
If it stays like it is, Cook cuts that lead again in half, down to about 7 points. If it stands where it is right now.
It'll be a big fight all the way to the end on that one.
Tightening up.
Back out to Chad Pipkins here, our leader.
Crazy.
Is that the first time we've seen Chad Pipkins with a hat in the last decade?
I think so. What happened? Some bird must have nailed him or something.
Right. Don't be shy, girls. Come on.
He always has the fashionable shorts and
Yeah,
trousers.
absolutely
he's
does.
got a great big
he's a
one for the
trendsetter.
resort wear.
They're not
Yep.
salmon.
Yeah.
Boy, he made the biggest jump yesterday in AOY from 54th to 30th. One first-place spot can do that to you. And Combs was 40th, and he's up to 23rd. If he holds on, he can leave here in good position.
He said Fort Gibson went up a foot yesterday.
You know, we talk about you know a lot of the whether it's Johnstons or traditionally guys that I mean heck you're looking at one of them that's going to do good up north. Tell you, Keith Combs holds his own every time we go up north.
Everywhere we go, yeah.
Boy, remember Mille Lacs, he had that win 1 year too early. He'd be in AOY.
Mm-hmm.
Well, potentially.
Well, you can see he is practicing for the next couple days.
I'm going to idle back in here a little bit where some of those big ones are sitting. Big ones.
Did you talk to him about his practice?
There's really just one fish that was back here that we're coming.
Said he had a great
see
practice.
if she's back here.
Really good practice.
Might be all muddy, but
majority of it
it's
shallow.
about that long.
He has started both days of this tournament shallow.
Well, that's right. That's right. He
Caught
did today.
his fish that he's weighed in out deeper.
I'm just gonna idle.
Started on spawners yesterday, so the high water ruined that. Started on a shad spawn earlier this morning before the melee. But that is where all his success in practice came, was shallow.
Brandon Cobb on the right.
Clint Davis is 6'11", but he's only got 11 pounds total.
Big fish alert from the suit.
Mm-hmm. So look at that.
So I did find some numbers on it. Normal, it looks like for Fort Gibson is 554, and it's at 565 right now. So it's 11 feet high. Last year, this same week last year, it was 18 and a half feet high.
Wow.
So I don't know, or not
We're in
last
good
year,
shape.
sorry, 17.
I'm just gonna this will be the only pocket I look at. Like I caught some really nice and shook off some really nice one. That back, there might be a fish or two. I'll go see if we can see that. I know we're 6 or 7 because it's a little sunnier now, but we're just gonna get in one of these and kind of move quick. There was a giant in the back here that was locked on, catchable one day, and get lucky, maybe throw a frog over top of her head, or if she's set up and we can see. A lot of the mud flew in here, so it's kind of hard to see, but we're at least gonna take a look here. You never know how the day goes. Those 2 places where I've caught them really deep, if those stop firing, Sunday or Monday, I need to be ready to make a change. And you can catch low 20s fishing shallow, and maybe I'll catch 30 again, or maybe I'll go catch 1 or 2 fish. I just want to be ready to adapt when I need to. that's what I haven't done well in a couple events this year, so I'm just really wanting to make sure I'm ready for change. That way we can, try to stay ahead of the fish. So we're going to get out the frogger. Need to jump back here for a second. I think I got a frog. I don't have it out yet. Perfect. I'm doing my bed stuff.
So part of that 11 feet high you're talking about, Ron, I would imagine a lot of that came, not a lot, but 2 feet of that came from yesterday, because huge storms northwest Arkansas, southeast Oklahoma yesterday.
From yesterday at noon to today at noon, it's a foot rise.
Wow.
Measured,
Wow.
I hope we get a little more stable situation in a week's time, or 2 weeks' time. That should be. Got to be a little better.
But we had a bass fest. What was it, Texoma, that was completely flooded?
Texoma that was 9 feet high there, yeah.
Well, I'd love to be slapped right in the face with a TH Marine, an official TH Marine weather watch.
Since we're on the subject of weather, let's just go full TH Marine weather watch right now. And 68 degrees, you can see it's a little bit of a chill in the air, 5 miles an hour. Not much breeze, that's today. That's current conditions right now. Of course, won't be fishing tomorrow, but lots of big doings at the site. Lake Fork tomorrow.
Chris Knight.
It's going to be country. Yeah. I mean, country as you want.
Can you give it to me real quick, please?
I'd rather you did it. You've got it nailed down. Come on.
Just start it, I'll go.
Yeah. We like country music.
Yeah.
Like,
turn out the middle door and turn. See, you almost went. You're
the man. You're the country music artist.
The door. No. I am fired up for that concert.
I'm fired up bust him on that, and he does that with videos.
It shies me away.
You are the
right.
You are the George Strait of bass fishing.
I'll tell you. I'm a big Charlie Daniels fan too. You know that.
That went down to Georgia. He was like
exactly right.
In a bind.
Chicken in the bread, man. I can not do.
Yeah.
Hey,
little bonus coverage, huh?
Let's creep though. Let's creep it real for a second.
A few boats that have come through.
There we go.
They're not good. They're on the bank.
Having a good day.
He was off Bass Track all day and came in with 21.
That could change come
yesterday.
Sunday.
Right.
Lord willing, I have enough. I should have enough right now to at least fish Sunday. But I need to get over 20 pounds again and go fish here to at least get myself up and have a shot at this thing. But it's been a fun couple of days. Lake Fork is extremely healthy. Kind of catch them. You can kind of fish this place, fish it to your strengths, and that's exactly what I'm doing right now. Is I know it lives in hydrilla. That's why I'm here looking for it. There's just not a whole lot of it right now, which is kind of a good thing for me anyway. This whole area that we're in right now is we've got quite a bit of it. They're not everywhere. They're in key little stretches. There's 2 key little stretches that I'm in over here that I've been kind of back and forth on, and I expanded a little while ago and caught a nice one. But these fish are changing; they're moving every day, and we got to stay on top of them. Because this bite that I have right now, I think this bite will stay here until it gets really hot. This bite, this fish is hydrilla. There's just nothing to really put them real deep right now. When you have hydrilla, when you have the forage and the water temperature still, 77 degrees right now, so it's really just not hot enough to put them anywhere. And there's shad in here. There's a shad spawn in the morning, which I did not see this morning, which was here yesterday. I think that's just kind of delayed the fish eating. Well, unfortunately, Toledo Bend doesn't have any hydrilla in it anymore. They sprayed it and killed it all. They hadn't had any, there might be a stalk or two, but it hadn't had any hydrilla in about 3 years. I guess the best comparison would be, Sam Rayburn. because Sam Rayburn has got a lot of hydrilla in it, and you know, a lot of hydrilla in it, which could cause, you know, another concern if you're fishing Rayburn's because of the amount it has. But when you're in an area like I am now, and then the hydrilla is very isolated. It's growing in a line off this bank, you know. You know, as far as comparison, you know, Sam Rayburn's probably the biggest, you know, the best comparison. But Toledo, when it had grass, you know, 5-6 years ago, when it had a good fair amount of hydrilla, fish live in it. I mean, for those of you who are watching, you know, hydrilla is just, it's an absolute magnet for not just the bass, but for the bait fish. The bait fish, it just creates an ecosystem, and the bass don't need to move. They don't need to move far. You know, they're still here. There's several fish here. But that's, you know, if I'm in a lake that's got hydrilla, 90% of the time, that's what I'm fishing, just because I know it lives in it, and I'm comfortable around it. You know, I know how they set up in it, and how they move along it. And hydrilla also acts as a highway for them. And these fish in this backwater, I'm not all the way in the back of it, but a lot of these are females that are moving from the back that have spawned in the last couple of weeks, and they use this hydrilla to eventually get back out into the main lake after they're spawning. Now that could be you know, their transition from when they spawn in a place like this, where I'm at, that could be 2 months. You know, it just depends. I really believe when you start getting water temps when you start getting them into the mid 80s or so is when the oxygen gets a little poorer up shallower, so they'll start transitioning to those deeper places in the lake. And some of them are out there, and I know some of the guys out there are already catching them out there, and those are probably the initial spawners. But I kind of have, there are 3 stages. There's pre-spawn or spawn, and there's post-spawn, and I think I have 2 of the stages in here right now.
One of our great rookies there, Derek Hudnall. He has had a fun year. Lots of stuff to talk about, and having a great tournament here at Lake Fork. Get back out to Garrett Paquette right now, hooked up.
It's one of the right ones. It can happen.
Highly impressed. Highly impressed. He caught one on a frog and just bailed right after he caught number 5 to come back and do this.
I'm coming to hear it. I don't know where I'm going. Try to go driver's side. Oh, I got him on the side. Just hooked in a really bad spot where you can't really do a whole lot with them.
Yep.
That's gonna help.
Scales at 0. 6 pounds, 5 ounce.
Strong move, man.
Yeah, take a good look at it.
Boy, strong.
6'5". I don't think that's a 24. That's what's so wild about this place. Nope.
21.
But try to get in there fast, because this might might happen. Like
When we came to Garrett Paquette, we did not see it. Bad service. Chris Zaldane, 7-7.
Wow. Holy cow.
Jump up to sixth place.
All right.
Four
we
fish.
got stuff to talk about. We got stuff to see. Saw some great stuff right there.
Dude, that was
both
a
strategy-wise and catching-wise.
big moment right there. To catch your 5 bass up shallow and go, this is not going to do it, and bail. That's
the last 5 minutes.
That's the Mercury move of the day for me right there.
There you go. Love it.
The last 5 minutes, a 7-7, a 6-0, a 4-7, a 3-9, and that's 6-5 in the last 5 minutes.
Wow.
Saw a good little upgrade for Brandon Cobb as well, solidifying his place in the top 10. While we were listening to Derek Hudnall, Brandon.
Big in for Garrett Paquette.
Wow,
big in,
that's
man.
huge. That
awesome.
is huge.
Awesome.
One of our great rookies. We have got plenty of them. Chad Pipkins, though, the veteran, on top with a huge lead.
Would you look at those 2-day weights?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
That's just, we're not even near done with day number 2 as well. So look at the guys who have moved up into the top 10, including Jamie Hartman. Drew Benton was outside of that list today. It's moving, and the weights are big. We got a lot more yet to come.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
The amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You can fish it fast, you can fish it slow. It's the key bait to catch them once you find them.
It imitates everything those bass are keyed in on. One of the best tools we have as tournament anglers is something that can cover water. You know, being able to move through unproductive water to find those stretches of productive water is really, really important for us. So something that we can cast and retrieve back to the boat at a pretty steady to quick pace is something that is going to be a great tool for me. And there's really not much better tool out there on the market right now than a bladed jig.
This is the Terminator shuttering bait.
There is no other vibrating swim jig on the market that moves near the water that this bait does.
You know, there's a lot of different makers, a lot of different styles, but no one ever had one that I felt worked really good in the muddiest of water until I got my hands on these.
That cup design is very, very different. Most bladed jigs have a real thin metal blade. This is actually a plastic material, and having that cup is what makes it a lot different from everything else. It catches the water and actually moves the blade, which makes the whole jig move side to side so much more. That's really important when those bass are feeding heavy. If you look at this thing in the water, you can see that the jig head actually hangs down below the blade. So the blade's working, it's catching the water, but having the jig head set down below it, It's down there kind of doing its own separate thing, so they're working together separately.
And the other thing about it is big fish. I mean, you know, you're fishing for numbers, but at the same time, a lot of times I've caught the biggest fish in my tournament on a bladed jig.
And we've designed this to where it'll handle big fish. It's got a 5/0 custom VMC heavy-duty hook in it, and it's also got really strong components from the snap to the split ring that attaches the blade to the head. Every piece of it is geared towards you catching big fish on.
Man, that's a beautiful fish. She ate that shuttering bait right in the corner of the mouth, exactly how you want it.
It's just got a really, really good thump to it, and I can seem to get more bites fishing it slow, like practically dragging it on the bottom, actually.
The great part about this is it's heavy enough that I can make very targeted, low underhand casts, so it's not just an open water chunk and wind bait.
You know, just try to make the most accurate cast you can, and then when you get near the target, I like giving it a little snap here and there. Just seems like the more erratic your retrieve is, especially when you're fishing around visible cover like this.
When we were working on the shuttering bait, I wanted to pick out
several different colors that really fit my style of fishing, and we were able to do that. We've got 9 colors in it and 2 sizes, 3/8 and a 1/2 ounce. And dialing these colors in was something that was a lot of fun because we actually have the ability to match the blade to the bait. That's something that with most bladed jigs,
you know, you just don't have that ability. With the shuttering bait, we did.
We can dye that, or we can make it a matte finish as we did on like some of the black ones to where it doesn't have the flash when we don't want it. And the neat thing about this too as an angler, if you want to customize it, you can take that blade off and put it on one of the other jigs if you so choose.
A couple features on the shuttering bait.
Number 1 is a trailer keeper. You always fish this bait with some type of a trailer. Having a trailer keeper on there extends the life of that bait, and it makes more of your cast productive because your trailer is going to stay in place where it needs to be. I mean, an all-around great head design. That comes through cover extremely well.
A lot of the other baits that are like this, it's real hard to throw around brush like we're doing, but this one just deflects off everything. You just don't get snagged as often. You go back in there and you just think you can't get a bite. This is one of those baits that'll get you a bite or two.
That unique custom design cup lip catches and moves so much water that the amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Bassmaster Live, man. This is Texas Fest, Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest. All for the benefit, the celebration, if you will, of Texas Parks and Wildlife. One of the big reasons, maybe the main reason we got such a great venue here at legendary Lake Fork. That's where we left Derek Paquette Caught a great one. Made a
That's
great
right.
move.
Exactly
And
right.
did
Tom.
they?
And you know, as you want to give it to little Chatty Pipkins this morning, leaving his shad spawn bite and catching, I don't know, 917 pounds.
Yeah.
But we decided,
Biggin.
hold on.
This is going to
Wait a
happen
minute.
right now. Come to your side. He's not huge, but he's gonna help. Maybe.
0. £2, 10 out.
Tell me when you're ready.
So right before our break, before that bass right there,
Side shad.
Garrett Paquette catching
Or a
this
big one.
6-pounder.
Get him fired with a crankbait.
And as we said, Tommy Sanders, it's hard. It is. It's hard not to give this award to the Lansing kid,
Stuck in a
little
real
Chatty
bad
Pipkins.
spot where you
Oh,
can't
yeah,
But
really
we
because he-
decided
do a whole lot with him.
that this young man right here, Garrett Paquette, has proven one thing today. He can catch him shallow, he can catch him deep, muddy water in the back of the creek, that whole gig. Exit light, enter night. Garrett, what?
What?
That's
Now,
right.
wait a minute.
I
You
went
turned
there.
a corner
I
there.
will splash
You-
a little bit of non sequitur Metallica.
You did. You
right
went,
at you
turned
all
a
day
corner and
long.
just
Hey,
get
Garrett Paquette,
splat.
you know what you are?
That's gonna help.
You know what you are, my friend? You are the Mercury move of the day?
£6, 5 out.
That's right.
Big words, but
That's right.
tell us what you mean.
Garrett Paquette struggling all day long. Really slow and painful grind. Lived shallow early today. He said, my deep water bite does not turn on. Caught his limit, caught number 5, pulled the trolling motor on number 5, went to his little, I'll call it mid-range stuff. And that's where it started happening again. Exit light, enter night. Garrett Paquette, you're the Mercury move of the day.
Well
See what I did
done.
there?
Well
It's
done.
time for all of us to tighten up.
Exactly.
Tom.
Exactly. You're looking at me, just for the record, and I have to cop to that. He's like the train master. He's running on a schedule. This guy. He's
moved from
tightened up.
shallow
I'll
to
tell you
deep
that.
because
Garrett Paquette.
I wanted to catch more than 12 pounds, to put it quickly. I just, that was just a little backup, not attempt to win a tournament by any means, just attempt to, if something did go crazy bad out here where a school didn't fire up or I never found anything new, at least I could secure myself into day 3 with, a small limit. But that has, at least the fish I've seen that are shallow, they have no impact on this tournament for me. So that was just a security blanket. Like if I, coming into tomorrow, if I had 0 fish at 2 o'clock, I'd probably still stay deep because you just can't, you're not gonna compete with the class of fish that's out here and you can't catch them nearly as quick. So that's all that was. That was just a $7,500 backup plan. Now we're trying to get ourselves back into this thing.
Boom like that, he goes from outside the top 12 to 5th place.
He just laid out the entire game plan. Really, this is a spot, this deeper spot. He hit this 4 times yesterday before it ignited. Get the timing down on this gig.
Derek Hudnall with the 7-pound 6-ounce reach up to
what
22
the-
and a half on the day, 8th place.
Suchi McSucherson. Sorry.
5th biggest fish of the day.
And it's worth noting, we were listening to Derek talk about hydrilla. Gene Gilliland, conservation director for Bassmaster, mentioned all the high, dirty water at Toledo Bend the last 2 or 3 years is the reason that a lot of the aquatic vegetation has been choked out. The only thing that Louisiana and Texas Parks and Wildlife sprays is salvinia, which is not good at all. Salvinia.
Giant
So
Salvinia?
Not saying he was completely wrong, but he was partially wrong.
They'll have a guy dressed up as Salvini at the expo tomorrow.
No, Such.
Luke Palmer,
Here we go. Watch that all day.
That was great.
They can be 2-pounders, but
Sure,
that
that
was
was.
fun to watch.
He had his whole back out of the water jumping on that.
That makes Ron Moore go cuckoo.
Yeah, just for the hell of it.
Yeah, let's watch that again.
You know, an interesting guide, Lake Fork guide, legendary guide, James Kaltenmeyer, said somebody will catch them in hydrilla in this tournament and top 10. Beautiful strike right here. Great camera work. EK Eric Kafka.
I love that line from the braid.
That's
just
cute. Dude, right.
little
Bing bong.
rooster tail from the braid.
Fairways 2, 3.
Nah, he's.
Palmer will sign for that one.
2 pounds.
Keep
1 ounce.
himself in the top 10.
2 pounds 1.
That's bigger than I'm gonna win. I almost didn't win.
All right, we mentioned something big things happening with Chris Zaldain.
Big doings.
We had some tough service here, but take a look.
Big one. Giant. Stay on there. Stay on there. Big one. Stay on there. Stay on there, girl. Stay on there. Stay on there. Look how quickly things change. Stay on there. Stay on there for me. Oh, stay on there. Yeah!
Oh my gosh.
How things change, baby. Whew. Sitting on 3 little ones in a score on the scorecard. Like, got it.
Well, that's why we said he's completely addicted to throwing that bait right there.
Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Gosh, is that awesome. And the best part is, swung it.
Telling you, Mac, dude, my heart is pounding, dude. There's more in there, because look how gone that thing is, that swim bait, that Trocar swim blade hook. All the way gone. That's an over, too. That's an over.
Gosh, it could be. I think it is.
I think it is.
All right, I'm doing this the rest of the day.
0.
Yes, sir. Oh, we need a bigger mouth clip. Give it to me.
I'm gonna say 7-7.
Okay. Yes, sir. Let's give me a 24 on this guy. It looks like 24. It looks like it. Oh. Yep. Dude. You got that shot? That's a shame. Look how big that fish is.
Oh, that
It
is
looks
a-
bigger than 7, doesn't it?
23.
Yeah. 23 and a half.
Thing is beautiful.
Look at that.
Oh, gnarly. Post spawn.
That's a shame, man.
Yep. Look how quick it changes, bro. She's so pretty. All right, thank you. There was more up there too. Oh yeah. Ooh.
That's awesome.
Finally a 7. Let's catch another one. I saw 2 of them up there busting. Oh yeah.
He had 2
talking
of the
about-
7-pounders yesterday.
He was talking about the swim baiters in Japan who fish for 1 bite all year. He was like, I want to join those guys.
And not only that, I think the best statement that we heard him make, all right, I'm doing this the rest of the day.
Oh, yeah.
As if he wasn't doing it the first part of the day.
Great fish catch right there from Chris Zaldain.
Gosh.
I mean, that is a melon head chub. Look how big that fish's head is.
Not coming off for sure.
Wow. And he's one bite from a great bag.
Sure.
One bite away.
Absolutely. 4 fish. That's number 4 right there.
Unreal. Good catch from Chris Zaldane.
Oh,
Gosh, like that's a 9.5 pounder in 3 weeks. Guaranteed.
That quick.
Absolutely.
Or last week.
10
or
days
2
ago.
weeks ago, yeah.
That's all we did yesterday. We did it 90% of today. Just when I said I'm going deep and go mess around deep, I catch that big one. So, needless to say, we're not going deep. We're doing this the rest of the day. It's really weird because all day long, they just haven't been firing. Then all of a sudden, we see them busting and crashing. So I had to check this spot real quick, thinking the whole lake turned on fire. But we're gonna keep going through our spots. 2 more casts here and we're going.
Kind of a little bit of a comeback from some of our leaders from yesterday, the last hour.
Normally when we talk about leads on Bass Track, it's like you're going to keep building.
I don't know if he's going to make the team. What y'all think? Look at that. That ain't a very big one.
Scales on 0.
All right. I'm calling 1.5. I was close.
1.4.
1.4.
He is number 5.
They got him.
For Brandon Cobb.
Well, we got 5 bass anyway.
Look at Combs'
Look at
graph.
Combs' screw. Wow, you are right, Ronnie. Look at that.
Yeah.
Bait, food, and
I say that knowing I never fish offshore and would never see that on my graph, but it looks good.
you knew following this dude. You really knew following him last year in the Opens, Ronnie, when you were covering him, that we were going to see a lot of him on Bassmaster Live this year. He's a real deal.
His temperament is perfect for it.
Frighteningly calm.
He texted me after day 2 or day 3 at Winyao, whenever he was in the top 5 on live. He said, sorry, I keep doing terrible on live. I don't know what happens. Don't apologize to me.
He's one bite away from good today.
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting. He's a slow grinder.
Did you notice, though, he catches the 6.5 on a crankbait, throws back out, catches the 210, immediately puts his crankbait up and picks up a big swim bait. He was almost like he was testing to see if they were there. Okay, they're there. I'm going to throw something that's going to get maybe that 7-pounder to bite.
Paul Mueller with the 5.7.
Big Fish Alert Avenue, Suge.
Got a rock down too.
Cut right now is David Mullins at 27.9. Just moved up a couple pounds in the last hour. We're talking to Hudnall, and he was not on Bass Track yesterday. Today we have an issue with Mark Menendez, who was good, and Brian Snowden as well as off Bass Track, and Matt Airy and Randy Sullivan
Snowden and Menendez had okay days yesterday, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's something you need to.
Yeah, he was 16th. He was
in
up
the back
there.
of your mind, yeah.
Well, we didn't have Hudnall all day yesterday, and he came in 13th with 21.2.
Huckett said he knew that he was going to also have to relocate a lot of these fish and was not scared to do exactly what he's doing right here and just idling and looking, because a lot of these fish he found really the last day of practice completely just side imaging. This show has been exhausting to cover.
I know. I don't know. Why am I tired? I've been sitting in a chair, but I'm exhausted. I can't. It's too much stimulation.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders.
Yep.
Know what that music means.
Yeah, we might get a. Let's think about the stimulation we've had today. Keith Combs? Well, he hasn't got it there yet. He's hanging in there. He's solid. He's solid in the top 10. But Garrett Paquette, man, oh man, you called him out for the Mercury move of the day. I think you're right.
I think Mel Pipkins does not agree with that. Such called her out earlier, said she was really excited about the whole Chatty Pipkins thing going off earlier. We might have to reweigh on the Mercury move of the day.
Okay, all right.
Could be a double Michigan victory today.
Oh, well, yes, it could be. And maybe already have seen it.
Catch lost.
Take a look at the cut line right there.
Agree with
now
that.
he's 6 if he's got to catch him.
You're right.
Such, you mentioned the cut line, and David Mullins, there he stands just inside the cut with Shane Weinberger and Lee Livesey. It's kind of a big story here. Lee Livesey certainly
a little comeback
on
from
to
Chris
make the
Groh today.
Yeah, Chris Groh coming back a little bit. John Cruz, the man who has to make some movement. He wants to fish on Sunday. We'll be back after this.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Mother Nature is my playground, and when I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out, guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now to win a fishing trip with Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Hunter Shryock. Trip includes hotel, airfare, rental car, and $500 spending cash. Plus a Phoenix Boat 618 Pro XP with a Mercury outboard, Lowrance Electronics, and an amazing prize pack. Total value of $48,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows? You could win.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait, now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go, giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley, catch more fish.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com. If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Bassmaster Live, hope you're enjoying your Saturday. I hope in some way we've been able to sort of interrupt the workflow and give you a look inside this spectacle that we are seeing here today. Chad Pitkins absolutely nailing them all morning long. It was just a mind-boggling thing. And the rest of the best anglers in the world taking on one of the greatest fisheries in the world, Lake Fork, just east of Dallas, Texas, about 70 minutes away. Man, oh man. We just, right. You know, we can't get that morning from Chad Pipkins out of our minds. It was the cast. It was the cast that he wheeled the whole day on.
As a young Patrick Renwick would say, this man right here, Chatty Pipkins, was the warden of the North all day Pipkins, the warden of the North.
For this
Warden
derb.
of the North.
The
Okay.
warden of Winterfell, you, Chad Pipkins. That's right.
Yes.
That's right. You, Chad Pipkins, for 45 minutes, you levitated above your boat. You levitated above Douglas J.
Lords and ladies, Pipkins is coming.
And watched your own performance here on Lake Fort. And here's the amazing thing: in most tournaments that we cover, it's fair to say he has a commanding lead, and really it's going to be.
Some of that!
Whoa!
Woo! Holy smokes!
And then
this.
Come on. Yes!
Open your big old mouth.
Get you some of that! Yes! Woo! Another one falls victim. Ready? Gotcha! Woo!
It's the East Lansing kid.
Yeah.
It's the East Lansing kid.
You're not worth getting a crankbait in my hand for, buddy.
And as Suits said, there's a striking resemblance between him and Dana Carvey.
See, we take a guy who's having the
Gotcha.
performance of his life.
No, that's what.
Yeah,
well, that's why you go to the live mix.
That's
You
right.
see what I
That's
mean?
right. We're
you
selling
don't want
live mix.
You don't want this crap.
What's going on right now?
Catching.
Who's he look like? Come on.
A good one still.
Oh, it was an epic morning. I believe this was his last call.
I think, yeah. Believe you're right.
Get my hands in your mouth! Woo!
It's all so.
Get you some of that! Eating the DC 300.
I am going to a football game with him.
There you
this
go.
fall.
Well,
I promise you.
Oh, look at that.
That is striking right there.
Look at the
jersey.
Strikingly,
Oh, my word.
weirdly, creepily similar.
Yeah, not gonna die.
Oh my gosh! There's a little bit of man-child going on there.
Oh, yeah.
There's
there
a
always
little-
has been.
You're right.
Always has been.
I love
What of the North did you call him?
The warden of the
The
North.
warden
Patrick
of the North.
Renwick style.
Okay, all right.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
You know, Dana Carvey retired from SNL before Ronnie was born.
Maybe in anticipation.
Where did you go, Zone? You just went.
Oh, that was
I
Dana
tapped
Carvey
out.
up there.
I
You guys
tapped
see?
out.
We said he looked like.
He choked me out.
Chad
right
looked
there.
like.
Totally did.
I did have to Google who he was when we talked about this earlier.
Should happen right there. Where you at, fish?
What's crazy is how bad Brandon Cobb's day has
Clean, just
been,
like we're looking for,
and how
Bear.
close he is to being on pace for 100 pounds.
Right.
For the
He still got 3 1-pound fish in his bag.
3 what?
3 1-pound fish.
And almost has a 5-pound average. That is terrifying.
One more. We're gone.
Ronnie mentioned it. Drew Cook kind of gained a pound, 10 ounces. He's up to 51.10. He caught a 5.7.
Wow.
During our break. He's up
He
to
is
25.14 on the day.
Relentless.
11 and a quarter back of Pipkins.
Well, see.
He's got a 6.7, a 5.7, and 3 4-pounders. His
And they're
smallest
almost
is,
fives.
His smallest is 4.3, so that's his. The next one he can make a big jump with. The other ones are close to 5 within an ounce or two.
Let's go back to the hole of the day. See if we can snatch one.
Oh, boy.
Drew Cook and Drew Bent in second and third are within 1 ounce of each other today. Today's weight.
That's a lot of pumping. Good.
All right, so Chad is off to the honey hole of the tournament so far by a long ways. Keith Combs still kind of searching for.
Boy, he has gone
something
shallow.
sweet today.
That is.
All right, to Brandon Cobb.
So I been doing my point and offshore or point and shaft phone thing all day pretty much, and It just ain't, I mean, I say it ain't happening, but it's kind of the same way yesterday, and then I just hit them, but it got to the point today where I had to catch some, so I came up here shallow to throw a frog a little bit. I don't think this is the way to catch. I think the maximum doing this is probably 20 or so, which is, I mean, not that's not good, but I just don't feel like this has got potential to catch a mega bag, so just trying to scratch some out, but I just hooked about a 3-pounder right there, and it jumped off on me, so that's not good, but we're just trying to scratch a few out, and maybe we can make the top 35. The point fish will bite again.
Oh.
Well, you cannot say enough about Lake Fork the last 2 days of coverage and footage. I'll tell you this, Dave Terry. It's Dave Terry.
Texas Parks and Wildlife?
Exactly right,
Yeah.
number one. I don't like that man. I love that
love
man.
him.
I love that man for the simple point. This is no joke. What they have done with these lakes, we've talked about this before. You want to see other states follow. You want to see them follow. I mean, this is not one of the jewels of Texas. This is one of the jewels of the country.
Of the world. Yeah, and it started before they even impounded it. I think it's probably the first lake of this size, public access lake, where they did that, and it's an experiment that's worked so incredibly.
You say to yourself, how does a lake sustain the pressure? And if you've never been to Lake Fork, look, if you're watching and you go to Lake Fork a lot, you know what I'm going to say right here. This lake gets throttled with pressure day in, day out, 365 days a year. There is pressure here, and the lake holds up to it.
Just unbelievable. If you don't think that slot limits work, you have only to look at Lake Fork. Brandon Cobb getting further and further back here, and plenty of room to grow. Brandon Cobb's total today.
Speaking of grow, Chris Grow with a 4-pounder. He climbs inside the cut at 32nd with 17 pounds today.
Good for him.
Yes, sir.
He was fighting that mud yesterday.
Boy, he was fighting a lot of things yesterday.
Absolutely.
Exactly right.
Oh, we're going to take time to take you back to the takeoff there. Sabine River Authority ramp there where everything goes down. Tomorrow's a big day there. I'm sure somebody named Dave Mercer will fill us in a little bit later, maybe now, on what's going on in March. But he's got more important business right now. Dave Mercer standing by with the aforementioned Dave Terry. These guys are getting ready to tell it like it is and expand on what we were talking about. What a great place. How lucky are we to be here, Dave Mercer?
Reunited and it feels so good. Reunited and you knew it. Good. Oh, okay. Dave Terry, 13 years ago we met right here at Lake Fork, and to date, as of the end of this week, $3.25 million have been raised from this incredible event that literally was just a dream to highlight the crown jewel of Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just an amazing 13 years, Dave, from the early years, the TTBC, where you and I first met, and it was just awesome. Actually, before we started the event, I went back and looked at those years on some digital photos that I had, and I just, both you and I are a little bit older.
Yeah, I totally changed. I'm kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of fishing. We have fat years, skinny years. You never know what I'm going to be, but I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, me too, Dave. I mean, it's such a great opportunity for Texas Parks and Wildlife, to not only showcase the Great Lakes that we have in our state. Obviously, Lake Fork, is a signature of that, but also the funding that's generated from this event has gone to create new anglers, which is just such a cool dynamic. Here we have a professional bass fishing tournament, of people who have decided to make their career in bass fishing, and that turning out to be introducing some 50,000 new anglers to our sport every year. Exciting.
That's through the neighborhood fishing program, correct? Where you take, all of us are lucky. We were introduced to the sport, and some of us grew up around lakes. But there's a lot of people that really don't get that opportunity, but you literally bring the opportunity to them.
We do that, and we do that at 19 water bodies in they're small city park lakes in our major metropolitan areas. So, we're connecting people who live in urban areas to fishing. I grew up on a lake, so it was really easy for me to become an angler, but this day we're bringing the fishing to these urbanites, and they're coming out in droves to go fish these lakes and take advantage of this opportunity because of this wonderful tournament and Gulf States Toyota.
Okay, let's talk about my favorite part. I mean, giant fish. Toyota Share Lunker program. I could spend days talking to you about, how amazing the research and how that program's evolved, but just let some of our viewers in on what the Toyota Share Lunker program is, because when you look at it initially, you think it's kind of, hey, I'm going to send in a big fish, but what exactly happens, and what have you accomplished, as a group because of it?
Well, the Toyota Share Lunker program really began, in about 1986, with the donation of Ethel, who was a famous bass that came into our program. Guess which lake it came from, Dave?
I'm going to go Lake Fork.
Yeah, exactly, man. So the Share Lunker program really started here too as well. But there's been many accomplishments with the Toyota Share Lunker program. Number one, it kind of changed on how public should handle these big fish. A lot was learned through the time. It created a great media engine to hype up bass fishing and get people excited about these big fish. I think it played an important role. But more recently, and this is the coolest thing, man, we're taking the Toyota Share Lunker program now and are going to be able to be making bass bigger and better, for the state of Texas. And this is how. Since Toyota helped us start this this genetic technology we have now for genetics, in 2009, they bought us a bunch of equipment to help us do some DNA fingerprinting of fish. Which is just so cool. Okay, so we have good scientists in our genetics program that now can determine whether or not big fish caught in Texas reservoirs are offspring of previous Toyota Share Lunkers donated into the program. Let me give you an example. Just recently, there was a lunker caught in Marine Creek Reservoir, which was an experiment lake for us in this genetic selective breeding program. We found out that fish was a daughter of a fish donated by us in 2006 from Lake Conroe. Well, that's just an example, okay? This is as we look back in the history of the Toyota Share Lunker program and use this parentage genetics program, these fish are popping up everywhere, Dave. Just in the last couple of years, we've had 13 documented occurrences of fish coming as a direct result of anglers loaning these big for us for breeding in our selective broodfish program. But it doesn't stop there, Dave. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Department is in a process right now of creating a broodfish group in our fish hatchery.
Freaky fish.
Freaky fish. I mean, these are fish that are Florida bass, right? But they have the Share Lunker characteristics in them. We need more donations to our program, but we estimate that within the next 5 to 7 years, we'll be stocking 6 to 9 million Florida bass across our state that have this genetic capability, this extra growth capability that we see in these Share Lunkers. Another thing that's really cool about it is the social dynamics of it. So you catch a lunker in a lake, right? You catch that fish and we find out that it is a daughter of a previous lunker. The angler who caught that recent lunker all of a sudden realizes that fish was possible because somebody else 10 years earlier donated a fish into our program. What a cool social media experience that's been. And it's been replicated, like I said, 13 times so far right now. We expect a lot more as we begin to uncover these new relationships out there with these bass.
It amazes me. You basically, if you've seen the movie Rocky, Ivan Drago, he had their lab. It's like they got that. They have that for bass, and that makes it just so much cooler.
Yeah.
But we're going to talk about this lake specifically and Lake Fork. So a guest of yours you're going to bring up here in just a few minutes. We can get him up here and get some information directly on Lake Fork. Obviously, this is where the TTBC started. This is this event so historic, but this event, you come to this community, and I don't think people realize just how much of a fishing community Lake Fork is. Literally, you drive down the road and you see a business, and it's a pest control business, and it's called Angler's Pest Control, and it's got a dude setting the hook.
Yeah.
The guy who deals with this, let's introduce him, Dave.
Okay, I want to introduce you to one of our star fisheries biologists, Jacob Norman. He's laughing right now because he's, but anyway, Jake is the fisheries manager over Lake Fork. He makes sure that we're doing the right management steps to keep fishing great at Lake Fork. He does lots of great things for us, and I wanted to definitely have the public know Jake because he's really the mastermind working with all staff to create the great fishery we have here. And we have biologists like this, scattered throughout the state and all our Great Lakes. But Jake, we're really proud of what you do, and tell Dave how it works.
Jake, what I got to ask you right off the hop is, tell me, lakes like Lake Fork amaze me because it's not just pressure this week or pressure next week. The amount of pressure this body of water withstands and continues to punt out giant fish. How is it possible?
It blows my mind too, truthfully. Just like you said, it's not just this week. It's not just during the spawn all summer long anymore. Through the fall, it's just boats after boats after boats. They joke about in the spring you can walk across the boats, from bank to bank. It's just absolutely insane, and yet every year it just keeps producing. And it really is just between the habitat we have, our stocking programs, and everything between it just continually grows great fish, and that protective slot really helps with that. We're just protecting so many of those fish, letting them grow to those 6, 7, 8, 9 pounds. Nobody can even harvest those fish. They can't take them in. That's a big key right there.
I mean, just that fact in itself shows that slot works incredible. I mean, that's the answer right there, if you ask me.
Yep.
You're protecting the fish, and a lot of fisheries are protected through seasons and weather and stuff like this. And down here, you can fish basically 365 days a year, but protecting the fish. And you're a fisherman, too.
I love, that's what brought me here. That's 100% what brought me here. I'm living my dream right now. I mean, I was one of those few people I knew early on in life I wanted to be a biologist, and I was one of those out-of-staters that used to come down here and travel and fish for a week. And then, lo and behold, here I am now, and I'm managing Fork, and it's a dream to work on it, and then I get to fish it as well. It really is amazing.
Got to make you proud to see what Chad Pipkins is doing out there on a body of water you manage. But I got to ask you about one big thing you always hear about Lake Fork. Is the dam open? Is the dam closed? I mean, it blows people away because it's kind of the opposite you hear in other bodies of water. Water moves, those fish, they start to eat. Here, the belief is when that dam's open, the bite gets a little tougher. First question is, where are you on that? Do you believe that's a true theory?
A true theory? I don't buy into it 100%. I do think it's a struggle. I think it's got the rat wheel in my head already spinning on some studies we could look at, even, especially as I see an angling component in a way we could really potentially look at that in the future and answer that question. Maybe we need to keep that a secret forever, though, but it's something we could potentially look at and really find out. I think part of it is those other lakes you talk about, the TVA lakes where they're running water, and there is that schedule. They get accustomed to it. Here, the fish don't have a clue when it's going to happen, and I think it's just like a crazy front that comes through or something else. It shocks them for a while. They're not accustomed to it at all, and I think that's part of the problem. So there's probably something to it. I'm not just going to go all in and say 100% when these gates are open that the fishing just is 100% going to shut down.
And I got to believe it on a year like this, where they have been open for a lot of time this spring.
They should be getting more used to it. I believe so, truthfully. I really do. I think just, it's crazy to think right now it's fishing a little tougher than normal. We might be looking at being let down by just 100 pounds winning, and it's crazy to think that's even a possibility, that we're saying, they just have 100 pounds. That's really the type of lake this is, though.
Look up at that map right there, Jake. This is going to make you real proud, because we can think, but this proves that they still munch when those gates are open. All those marks right there are where 5-pounders have been caught today alone. And you look at that entire, it's the entire lake.
It blows my mind as well. Yeah, it really is absolutely unreal. There's not many lakes in the country, like you said, you can go to, and again, 5-pounders, you get in a good groove on a weekday, and you're practically just swinging 5-pounders in and not even laughing or not even excited about them, because what your next cast could be. A 5-pounder is just your everyday fish here.
It kind of gives you a disrespect for five.
It really does. It ruins you completely. You go fish another lake and a 5-pounder you're hooting and hollering for, and here it's like, okay, let's go back and catch 5 more.
Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot. Thank you for being our guest, Jake. But What do you think the winning weight's going to be?
I still think I've been saying 120-ish is still reasonable. If we're averaging around that 30 pounds a day, I think that's very reasonable. If the conditions really get right Sunday and Monday, somebody might creep up and get a little bit over 120, but I think we're going to crack the century mark for sure, and I think we could be pushing 120.
I love how you're so nonchalant. Maybe some 30 bags, just some dirty 30s. Who knows? Exactly. We saw some giant fish yesterday at the weigh-in. It was just day number 1. This day number 2, got to get into the top 35 to make it on to semifinal Sunday. And of course, the top 10 fish on Championship Sunday here at the Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife.
The 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
It's just crazy. I'm still in shock. It just was meant to be for me this week.
We all have places we go that make us feel most alive. Sometimes it's a destination. Sometimes it's a pursuit. It's difficult to define, but when we're there, we know it. Time slows down. Smiles come easier. And the sense of calm is medicine for the soul. Now we join pro angler and 2017 Bassmaster Classic winner Jordan Lee as he takes us bass fishing in his home state of Alabama. This is his element.
So growing up in Alabama, it's really made me the fisherman I am today. There's a ton of different lakes that offer a different variety of fishing. Lake Guntersville, Smith Lake, you have spotted bass, you have river fishing, you have, piling and impoundment. So that's one of the reasons I feel like it's got me where I'm at today is growing up in Alabama. I started tournament fishing when I was early on in high school, 9th, 10th grade, and I started out of a John boat, a 99 horsepower on a little lake called Lake Catoma, and near my hometown in Coleman, Alabama. And that's really where I learned how to, read the water and learn different techniques. And I built off that lake, kind of carried that to Guntersville, where I really got into the tournament scene there. That's really when I knew that, hey, this is something I want to do for a living. In my high school years is when that all went down. College fishing was definitely a big step for me and a big part of why I'm here today. And there was a lot of opportunities that College Bass and that Bassmaster really opened up for the younger generation, and it was something that I took advantage of. And when I won the College Classic bracket, it really opened up a lot of doors for me. And qualifying for the Classic was a dream of mine. It's something that every angler dreams of, is fishing the Bassmaster Classic. And 3 years later, after fishing the Elite Series, and I was fortunate enough to win the Bassmaster Classic in 2017, and that was really the highlight of my career, and that's the highlight of any angler's career. So it's definitely been a dream come true. When I first got hooked on bass fishing, it was to feel that fish on the end of the rod, end of the line, and to feel that pull. And that's something that hadn't gone away from me since the first. I can vividly remember my first encounter with catching 4 and 5 pounders, and when I was 10 years old, and that same feeling is the same feeling I get now, even after fishing professionally. Hooking that fish and finding that fish in the boat is something that will never get old. And the tournament fishing aspect of it is, it brings out the competition. I'm competing against the fish, day in and day out. There's always something to learn, and that's what I love about it. That's why fishing is my element.
Though they are often very different, each of us shares our own unique connection with the outdoors, a passion that drives us, defines us, and centers us. It's where we're most at home. It's where we're in our element.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Closing in on the halfway part of this tournament right here. Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest 2019, a classic spot in the balance. $1 million purse for these 75 anglers, and you get more of it if you make it to Fish on Sunday. And look,
First
Brett
man
Pruitt.
out.
We were with Brett Pruitt yesterday. Man, he is
no below Brett.
Oh, Lee Livesey. Both those guys we were with yesterday. Man, they got to make something happen. We want to see
got 3 fish. Lee does.
We want to see all these guys.
I mean, in all honesty, how does that happen? happened coming in? Really, there was fear that he could blow this tournament away.
Absolutely. That is the most improbable thing you can imagine. You remember Lee Livesey from the very start of this season. I think this was the second day of competition. We were on Lee Livesey.
I believe it was.
He caught one over I don't know what you call this little concrete thing right here, just sort of a walkway.
And at the time, we were wondering, why do you not fish it from the other side? And then we realized it was a squared in dock.
It was
right.
Closed off.
Right.
Closed circle. But watch this. Lee Livesey, guide, Lake Fork, 300 days a year. First year rookie, Bassmaster Elite Series.
Hold on.
Does he have what it takes?
Rough tournament so far here. I'm kind of blown away by that. Great fish catch right here, but I honestly think we'd be with him with a camera all week long in this tournament.
Oh, I do too. I mean, everyone did.
Really did.
Kid from Longview, went to school same school as Brett Pruitt, who he's right next to in the standings right now. One on one side of the cut, one on the other.
Yes. Legal. I used my own rod to get my line. The hook fell out of her mouth.
I got some BFAs while we were away.
Yes. Over the dock, back under the dock.
Ron, one of the most viewed videos of the year.
That's what I was about to say. We went from not knowing who Lee Livesey was to 600,000 views, and everyone who knew who Lee Livesey was.
Ron, I hate to jump in. Such, did you say that we're taking a run down BFA Avenue?
Yes, Mike Huff started it off with a 5.3, then Rick Clun with a 6.12. Kyle Monty an 8.6. Huff followed his 5.3 up with a 7.11, and Paul Mueller with a 7.7 is 12th now. From 35th this morning.
That was a splash of BFAs.
Oh my gosh, yes, that was a splash teeny.
Shaken, not stirred, please.
Keith Combs and a very
combo player.
Popular
sweet tea
area of Lake Fork.
Corey Johnson a 4.12. He's up to 19.12. Micah's about the same. Micah Frazier caught a 3.4. Right
Palmer,
near 20.
Brandon Cobb staying shallow. Luke in 9th place. Brandon 4th place. Man, he is that guy can make it look like he's not winning, and he's doing well.
Who's Brandon Cobb?
Brandon Cobb.
He smiles. He's just a happy dude. I love it.
I mean, he just...
You know, the one thing I told you at our commercial break, so we talked about Barrett's Tire and Grocery Store.
Yeah. The hot dogs there.
The hot dogs. I brought them up last night, and he kind of locked up tighter than a drum. And I'm like,
didn't want to talk about the hot dogs?
Award-winning hot dogs.
Yes, absolutely.
And I wanted to talk about it. And he said, I grew up eating those hot dogs, and I overindulged in hot dogs. And it's the first time in the history of talking to Brandon Cobb, he just shut down. He just shut down.
But you know that feeling. We've all overindulged in something, you know, whether it's, pasta, ouzo, I don't know, whatever.
Did you just throw out an ouzo? Did you literally just, number one, you're profiling, Jack, okay?
No,
yes, you are, Tommy.
No, I'm not.
Listen, my Italian brother-in, my Greek brother-in will know. You throw an ouzo. Oh my God. My wife is watching.
We want the
pasta or ouzo.
Sorry.
This spot, I'm so disgusted with this place here, dude. It had them so stinking good.
I don't think you'd be happy if I said pulled pork and wild turkey.
Or moon, Knoxville moonshine.
How about one more dandy? If you want to wait till tomorrow, that's fine too. Or, wait till Sunday.
It's been an odd day for Combs. See Pipkins, see that background. Pipkins is back on his main gig right now.
Combs currently in 11th, oh, no, 14th place, excuse me.
It's flirting with danger right there. How about a tug, baby? Come on. Get out of there.
Strike King.
Talk about a day off, C. What does that do?
Hey. Well, I think the obvious is you're still on Lake Fork.
Oh.
You're going to see a lot of pressure out here
This is
tomorrow.
yesterday's cast.
Sure.
Like every day of the year?
Like every day of
There's
the
a
year.
white bass, fella. They're down there still.
The one thing,
That's good.
all of these guys' areas are going to some way, shape, or form get pressure tomorrow. The interesting thing is we've had BC bonus coverage on Drew Benton, on Drew Cook. My vibe is, from what we've seen from them, that they're fishing obviously much shallower than our leader, Chad Pipkins. But it seems like they're running a gig because they're catching fish all day long.
That is today's cast.
But it doesn't seem like those giant Lake Fork bass are up in that realm that Drew Cook and Drew Benton are fishing. But do they have enough areas where they can stay up with Chad Pipkins? The other thing is, if this gig dies on Pipkins, if this spot dies out, which it very well could, it's not a big gig.
Yeah. It's
I don't
solitary,
think,
singular
I don't
place.
think he's on a.
He hasn't done much, yes. Otherwise,
I don't think Chad Pipkins is on a 300 fish school.
Sure.
I think he's on a good spot. He's good. That was a very, very long answer, and it didn't make much sense. I think Chad Pipkins is going to have something besides this spot to get to the finish line.
Boy, tomorrow there's showers forecast for the morning. Sunday's mostly sunny in the 80s. Light winds, 4 miles an hour. Monday, almost 90 degrees, 87 high, 8 mile an hour winds. Cloudy.
You talk about Cook and Benton. You look at the Bass Track leaderboard and you look at that column called today.
Right.
That bears out what you were talking
Here
about.
again, I also think that Cook and Benton probably today are also benefactors of the low ceiling with the clouds, and we've had showers. And here again, we'll know exactly what Cook and Benton are doing by the time we get to the studio on Sunday morning. But Pipkins is going to need one more of these kind of spots to fire to close the door on this deal.
There's a lot going on right there. Whitey. Oh. That's not Whitey. Oh. Nice one. I don't know if it's going to help, though. That might help. I don't know.
Should he be fishing that spot,
4.5
Z?
or bigger to help.
They're out suspended now off that break. She got one hook.
got to be a 4.8.
Nice and easy. It's crazy. You don't know if it'll help. That looked pretty good. There she comes. I don't think it's gonna. It's a nice one. It might help a little bit. No, I don't think it will. Dang. I don't think that's going to do it, is it? It's a beauty. Happily take you on Sunday to start the party. Feels good to catch a healthy one again. It's not even. What's our? He's 4 something, isn't it?
Nah, that's 211.
Oh, 211. Feels good to catch a bass again. It's been a while. We'll catch us one more here if we can, and then I think we'll let them be. They're definitely out deeper. I need to back off, I think. Throw that bigger crankbait across this edge.
Blowing up, no doubt.
If they get fired up.
Oh, what one big one would do for Chris Zaldane today.
Oh, my God.
My gosh.
On all levels, it would do for him. Hanging in there, 7th place.
Maybe there's the new afternoon cast. I'm thinking it's going to be across the tip.
Jamie Hart,
try it.
Big day, 25 pounds.
Yeah, he just culled up with a 514.
BFA. Suit, you
Ninth
got to give
place.
us warning on that, bud.
He started
I
from
can't go looking
25th.
for him.
No.
Paul Mueller's had a pretty good climb from 35th to 13th. But Mike Huff, 47th to 19th today.
A different look.
Tommy, I was worried.
Come on, Bertha.
One of our commercial breaks, I said,
One more,
we're
we
at 50 to 60. We have 78.
4-pounders?
4+ pounders.
It's been a spate of them in the last 40 minutes.
Yes.
Things are looking up for you.
And a lot of those haven't even been 4-pounders. They've been 5, 6, 7, and then we had an 8-6.
We'll take them all.
31 over 5 today.
31 over 5. It's nice.
Boogie on.
Don't. And they're still over here too.
Well, that is an incredible 2-day wait to be leading this. And what's bizarre is you hear guys like Livesey and Combs say, it could have been 40 pounds a day a couple weeks ago. That's staggering, man.
Get out of there. It's crazy. I mean, that last one came right out. It's like the bass sit out there and
Heard Ronnie talking about how many 5-pounders we had today. That's the map. That's where they came from. Believe it or not. And they're everywhere.
I'll tell you what's interesting about that map. Number one thing you can make note of, not that many main lake 5-pounders yet. Close to the main lake. Very, very kind of secondary areas. Taking a look at that.
That Jamie Hartman 5-pounder out there in the middle. It's probably more than 5
Actually,
pounders.
Jamie Hartman's fishing a pretty notorious offshore area right there that in a couple weeks will be unbelievable.
Was it a big hump or something? Or
It's just some really, 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 really good offshore stuff right there. Well, you know, Tommy, what a couple days of fishing we have had.
It took your breath away.
It has been exhausting to see. Starting yesterday, young Patrick Walters. We got excited yesterday.
Got to get started somehow.
On a 3.5 to 4 pounder.
Oh yeah, yeah. Till it became really clear that we were going to hit 100 of those.
Right.
Before the
Good
day
stuff
was done.
yesterday.
Brett Pruitt fighting for the cut today. Chris Grove made a little comeback today.
Hey, he's back in the mix.
Yesterday.
He is back in the mix.
Had an up and down day yesterday.
Our guy, Frank Talley.
For you, Colton.
And you know, the one thing, you look at this double right here from Keith Combs, shows how healthy and awesome this lake is, but really exactly what Livesey said coming in here. Good one right there for young Patrick Walters. As Brandon Cobb showed us there, if you looked at our coverage yesterday and today, I mean, they have been from 10 inches of water out to 20 feet of water.
Yeah. In many ways, you want to catch them, you can do it here. Chris Combs from yesterday when things were going a little better than they are today.
Come here, buddy.
Great frog fish yesterday from Brett Pruitt. So let me ask you, does that spot as we're looking at all these giant fish catches right here, look at that. Oh my word. That's a Zachary's. Does that spot hold out?
Chad Pipkin's spot?
Yeah.
Get you some of that.
I have no way of knowing. I mean, everything I've heard is you need 2 or 3 of those if you're going to win the tournament. I think he needs to, I don't know.
Get you some of that. Yes.
Will that spot get rested tomorrow?
Will it get rested tomorrow? Will
and
it
if it doesn't, he's got a 12-pound lead to lean on.
Come on in
to make do, on day 3.
Should we squeeze everything out of it today, Ron?
I don't see how he didn't already.
Yeah,
got to catch a 4.5 to 1 ounce. So it's.
Which a 12-pound lead is a fish and 3/4 here compared to other places we go.
Indeed.
300.
Got to have a 7.5 to be on our Bass Track Toyota Tundra, today's big bass leaderboard. Top 10. A 7.5.
If it doesn't fire for him and he doesn't find anything else, I mean, it's, the quick math is that Drew Cook's got to make up 5 pounds a day over 2 days. Not that tall in order.
That is one thing on Sunday. I'm really looking forward to covering Drew Cook and Drew Benton. Because if you look at what they've caught today, taking a look at all of our big fish catches of the last 2 days, they're within an ounce of each other.
Yeah.
Both of them with just under 26 pounds.
Benton has 23 fish total going over 81 pounds.
That's over 50. Staggering. Cook with 50. I mean, both.
New personal best.
It's a lot of fish.
Oh my God!
So good.
Great.
I wonder if we've had an instance on Bassmaster Live where someone had a 20 to 30 pound lead at a given time over 5th. Took that for granted.
Yeah, I don't remember ever covering one like that.
I can't. Immediately, nothing springs to mind. Chad Pipkins definitely on top right now. Will he stick on that spot? Try to exploit, drain every last bit out of it. We'll come back and show you the rest of the fishing in a moment.
Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprays seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. a powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Wake the streets up.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New advanced mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
You're watching the 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, benefiting Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Got the remaining few minutes of fishing in our presentation of Bassmaster Live for today, Friday, day 2. Day 3 of this tournament with 35 anglers. Cutting down to that does not happen until Sunday, so make a note of that. We'll have full Bassmaster Live for you on Sunday, starting at 8:30 Eastern Time, 6 hours of it, taking you all the way to the weigh-in, where we'll take it down to 10 for Championship Monday. Today, the weigh-in, 4 Eastern Time. It's going to be a big time out there.
Utah
Sabine
Sanders are
Authority?
concerned. I can tell there's a genuine look of concern.
What?
You are concerned about the sand bass.
Yeah, Lee Livesey. That's his nickname, the sand bass. We learned that from Such.
You're concerned that we might not even see him on Sunday.
He is not in the cut as yet, but he just just out of it, just barely out of it. That's the way it looks right there. Hummingbird lay of the lake.
Hummingbird lay of the lake. Your top 10. You know what?
Yeah.
I got to do
Stunning.
it. Okay. I'm going to do the power pole replay of the day, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lay out, my friend. Here is the power pole replay of the day.
Biggin. Oh my God, that's there. That's, oh my God. Please stand. Oh no, don't do it. Oh God, no. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please God, stay on there. Oh no. Oh my God. Please Lord, let me land this fish. Yes! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! New personal best! Oh my God! Yeah! Woo! That's got to be a 10-pounder, or at least an 8 or 9-pounder, right? I've never caught. I would say 10. I've never caught one that looked like that. That's how. Look at that DC 300 down the gullet, baby. New personal best. New personal best! That's got to be a 10-pounder. New personal best! Oh my God! New personal best! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! New personal best!
New personal best! New personal best!
Oh, I'm sorry. He went like Max Headroom on us there all of a sudden. Sort of Chris Farley's part Max Headroom. That was great.
That was possibly the best, most absurd power pole replay.
Still going. Love it.
New personal best.
No,
that was
man, oh man.
Horrifically
That was wonderful.
awesome.
That was absolutely
It's almost
stunning.
like the production truck read my mind. Oh, that was fanlicious.
Wait till Chris gets a load of that.
Oh.
Or Chad, I'm sorry.
Huge.
Chris will enjoy it too.
Chris is going to love it.
Huge.
I mean, I'm not going to pull any punches here.
So you going to bust out who did that?
Oh my gosh, that was great.
Garrett Paquette, big move for him today, getting outside the top 12, and fishing his way back solidly into the top 6. Pipkins on his spot that has given everyone so much today. Everyone who's been watching.
That
anyway.
was an awesome power pole.
Oh my
replay
God, that
today.
was so great.
I don't know how you don't like replay that.
I don't know why that's go.
If you're gonna go all in. That's what they did.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they did. I'm sorry.
What?
I don't know.
You probably really enjoyed the deep devil, the one, and I enjoyed the helium version that was like.
The whole thing was so bipolar.
Jay Yellis filled his limit out with a 6.2. Started 20s, 11th place. Now he's 19th.
Jeff Kolozinski from Humminbird. Possibly the most epic power pole replay of the day remix I've ever seen in my office. Just got it.
He's right on the money.
We already have fans in all caps saying greatest replay of the day ever, using hashtag Bass Live.
That was one fish.
What's that?
One fish. That's made the power of one fish right there for you, ladies and gentlemen. How many ways can you?
You know, the bizarre thing, though, for Pipkins, in all honesty, he gets basically 40 hours to think about this spot. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like we're going back in the ring tomorrow morning.
No.
With the day off. He's got 40 hours to twist, chisel, worry, tighten up. I mean, I could see Chad just driving around the lake staring at this spot.
Man. We are going to catch one here someday. Maybe they're not out here yet. It's a perfect creek. A couple more casts here.
One of your friends, Zona, from up north, literally posted photos of a double up with smallmouth and an iceberg on Lake Erie today.
Well, who's this?
It says Tim Creighton.
I love Tim Creighton.
It says dodging icebergs.
I don't know that I know him, but are there still really ice clumps? Are there still icebergs in Buffalo?
If it's from today's photo, and he didn't fake that, it is an iceberg floating in the lake.
And Tim Creighton's got doubles?
Doubled up.
Might be headed back there for a Z show like we did a few years ago. Get this Tim Creighton's photos on. This is phenomenal.
Oh, we're going to do a quick social media splash before we're done. Yeah.
Oh, good. I'll give him the Power Pole replay of the year. Yeah, that's got to be a twisted out. That's got to be a twisted out 40 hours for Chad Pipkins after today.
That's torture.
Oh, my
That is torture.
gosh. Talk about a squirrel juggling razor blades.
Yeah, I think if you offered to waterboard him instead, he'd take that.
Must have been that pole rattling.
Well, I wouldn't mind be leading by 11 and a quarter with $100,000 and a classic berth on the line.
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong with that.
Like that, don't you, Such?
Yeah, I would.
I know you would.
I would.
You just don't want to entertain the thought of having that snatched away from you.
Well, I think he was going to sweat that out over the next 40 hours.
Yeah. Oh, Tom and I have covered, Tom and I have covered tournaments where 11 half-pound leads leave quick.
Yep. They can slip through your fingers. Man, oh man, we have had a season so far this year. We're right at the halfway point on this season. Only halfway through when we started. One of our players in this one, big time, Drew Benton, breaking the ice with a giant on the St. Johns River.
And as we covered this event on the St. Johns River, it was fair to say after we left here, this is going to be hard to top. This will absolutely
we're ruined. We said we
are ruined after this tournament. Rick Clunn, the legend Rick Clunn, wins.
2 9-pounders on the final day.
And so diverse to go from here. You see Rick Clunn hold the trophy up. Had the Bassmaster Classic, then headed. Well, actually,
no, we went to Lanier.
Lanier before the Classic.
Where we are, yeah. Chris Zaldane, a big part of that, swim baiting, much smaller swim bait, but swim baiting all the way through it. Finally let him down in the end a little bit.
Great win by Paul Mueller. Literally feels like it was 14 years ago when we covered this event.
We were young people back then.
That's exactly right.
Well, maybe not that much. There's Paul Mueller. And so close a lot of times on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He has put in his hours, and he got that one. That fish, who can forget that one from Hartwell?
Lake Hartwell, Stetson Blaylock, the final day, absolutely putting on a show. The biggest problem Stetson Blaylock had was that man right there, Brandon Cobb, showing he was the local to be feared in that tournament and absolutely backed it up all week long.
Brandon Cobb, certainly a big part of the story here on Lake Fork. Some recurring names, some guys who are really, really achieving above and beyond during the course of this season so far.
There's my guy.
Shoot, Canterbury.
It's my guy right there.
Yes.
Scott Canterbury putting on a show. See Kobe Krieger getting it done. And really, I hate to say it, Mike McInnes and myself, we were ready to crown him. We were ready to crown him. You want to crown him, Tommy? You crown him.
Yeah, crown him.
Name the game.
Okay. All right, I don't know.
It's the Bears against the Cardinals years ago. You want to crown him?
All right, yeah.
Dennis
There you
Green,
go.
one of
Okay.
our friends.
Good. Okay. There you go. Where do we think they were? Yeah. Sorry. I blanked out
Stetson
there.
Blaylock went on to win the tournament. A great event. Win the day.
Go, stop it.
Sorry.
Come on. You totally derailed us, and now you're hurting me.
Sorry.
They were who we thought they were.
Not to be outdone from this morning, Chad Pipkins with the display of the year.
Smokes.
We watched him levitate outside of his boat where he was literally watching his own performance for 54 and a half minutes.
I think you're right.
Open your big old mouth.
Get you some of that. Yes.
Woo! Another one falls victim.
Ready. Gotcha.
Woo!
You don't think catching big fish isn't intoxicating? Just listen to Chad throughout all this whole thing here.
Right, and he's a very mellow dude.
He's
a very mellow
he is
dude.
straightforward, just
It is so awesome.
laid back guy. He is absolutely
Gotcha.
jacked with all of this.
That's how you want them coming to the boat. When they can't even move because they're exhausted.
Who wouldn't be?
It's funny catching. They're good ones still. But.
Get my hands in your mouth. Woohoo! Get you some of that. Eating the DC 300. Mwah!
There's where it happened.
Exactly right. He predominantly did his damage in one area. And if you look at the time of his catches, it was basically from about 8 o'clock to 10:30. It was a complete show.
They're all spread out there, but that's one spot he didn't really move up and down.
And
it was just the pinion of
Chatty
the service.
Pipkins.
The pinion of the
I know.
service.
I know.
That was for you.
It's been
That
a big
was
day.
for you
It's been a big
over there.
day.
It has
full of excitement. Absolutely. We
big
can't have
stage, the dreams.
Big
Bass.
big guy.
Big Bass.
Big social media
Spun out.
moment right now. A social media splashdown with the screen of knowledge and Ronnie Moore.
It has been. It's been people. There have been flurries, just like fishing out on the water. Fans have been chiming in during some of these big-time fish catch moments. Use the hashtag Bass Live on Twitter to be able to join the conversation. This is what I was talking about. Look at the iceberg.
Look at that. Let me
that
see
would
that.
sink the Titanic in a heartbeat, Zona.
Look at that. Who is that?
Tim Creighton. Yes. TPC Bass.
I'm going to follow that.
Yeah, he tagged you. It's right. You
Give
can,
him a him.
It's right there.
Give him a him.
Yep.
Wow, that's so
Fishing with
reverent.
the bobber.
Oh my God.
Where do we vote to change the Bassmaster Texas Fest going forward to strictly Lake Fork? I would be cool if we went Lake Fork Rayburn, Lake Fork Rayburn. I would be totally fine with that. So I agree. Texas Fest has a great place in the state.
I'd rather stay here.
Indeed. Fishing Florida Radio, talking about Chad Pipkins this morning. Some of the flurries, it's just flat out amazing. Not only the fish catching, but his energy, the emotion, just that moment. Catching 30 pounds doesn't happen every day. To do it back-to-back days is pretty awesome. Clifford Arno, he actually at the last event signed up to be a marshal at Cayuga. Pretty cool. He just loved the big moments Chad Pipkins was putting up. Same with Mac McBroom, putting some hurting on some Texas studs, and it happened really quick. It seemed like it was forever because every fish catch lasted 5 minutes, but they were back to back to back. We had fans concerned about Brandon Cobb's swim bait arsenal. I did inform them they had 4. He got 4 yesterday.
Yes.
And
Still
then
got them all.
Yeah, he
I think
does.
Brantley Salter's right here.
Yes.
That was the greatest replay of the day ever.
Greatest replay of the day ever.
Yes.
And this was a chime in from Philip talking about he would no way he would swing that 7-7 that Chris Zaldane boat flipped it, but heavy fluorocarbon, different than Chad Pipkins, probably lighter fluorocarbon cranking, heavier with that swim bait than that, but that is dangerous. And our boy Jimmy May sending in plenty of pics every single week. Loving the hair, loving the coverage. Said he was going to keep his mouth shut. I didn't tell him to do that. He said he was going to on his own. Pretty good splash today.
Ron Moore,
Splash teeny there,
absolutely
Ron. Good stuff.
killed it.
Absolutely. Fantastic.
I'm sorry for being
Can
so
we have it
close.
one more time?
You know what? I'm going to back out. Here you go. Here you go. This is for Mel. It's for Mel Pipkins, right?
New
Such?
personal best.
Has to be.
New personal best. There's got to be a 10-pounder. New personal best. Oh my God.
New personal best! New personal best! New personal best! New personal best!
That was for little Timmy Creighton.
Yeah.
That was for the dude up in Lake Erie with the icebergs. How's there an iceberg at Buffalo right now? Is it not thawed yet?
People appreciate that we don't
That's for
overdo
Lil
it.
Timmy Creighton right there.
Oh my God.
What a
The
maniacal
thing is, what we like
laugh.
to do is we like to kick a dead horse, and we will play that.
Yeah, and we don't go to excess. We do it tastefully. That's the way it happens.
I am
around here.
big into redundancy. It's so great. Back to Brandon Cobb live.
Not monsters, but some important fish being caught out there. Hank Cherry, 3-2. Patrick Walters, a 4-3. That could be the AOI title. Who knows? Corey Johnson, a 3-7. Clifford Perch, a 3-11. Could be the points he gained
Serge,
right now.
I love you. I do.
That end up being it.
I love you like a
good.
brother. Oh my gosh. Luke Palmer, Brandon Cobb.
Both of them looking good, looking totally in the top 10, both of them right
Both
now.
of them looking extremely live.
Mm-hmm. They're both giving us great stuff throughout the course of the 2 days.
It was an exhausting
I
day.
don't know why.
Exhausting segment.
Yeah.
And Ron, I mean this sincerely. That was potentially your, and I don't want to step out of line, best social media hashtag Bass Live splash of the year.
Bold, but I think you're right on.
And on point.
I said splash better than I've said it, and it's still terrible. I'll get better at that.
Yeah. Comes with time. Time on the water.
Time.
You can't get too much splash.
No.
There's just
Jerry
no
McInnes, the originator, picked up closely from his son Mike.
Yeah.
Wheels have obviously got a little bit shaky
wheels.
here.
Just in time.
That's no doubt about it.
There are days in the Bassmaster season where the fans are cool with the wheels being a little shaky, and I think they were shaking the car as it was going down the road too. They're cool with that.
Okay. I understand.
Big day tomorrow for all the fans who are in the area down there. Get the Sabine Authority ramp and have fun with all these anglers. 75 of them there now.
Mercer, you want to talk about
Dave
somebody
Mercer will
that's
be there?
tweaked out of his gourd for the country western concert, rock concert tomorrow, the Chris Knight concert, him and Davey. Davey said Davey goes to huge, like him and Natalie go to concerts all the time. He's going to wear a kilt.
Oh, is he really?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow,
He
yeah.
is.
If Mercer gets a hint that Chris Knight is either from Canada or been in Canada one time, Mercer's going to be his biggest fan.
Guaranteed. And Mercer's big into events, I've learned. He loves events.
It's the occasion. Keith Combs.
Combs has had, that's been a very
Yeah,
confusing
something
day.
A setback for him today. Yeah.
Something bit me twice. Gosh, come on, Biggins. What the heck?
Here's the bizarre thing that you just showed Lil Timmy Creighton, and I hate to go back to that, but that is amazing that there are still ice chunks flowing in Buffalo, yet, hold on, you've been there with me, Traverse City,
There's a couple 6-pounders
the
going
water
long
temp,
ways.
it's 45 to 50 degrees.
I don't understand that.
You kidding me? What is wrong with these frogfish? That's like the fourth one I've lost.
I expect to go back with you as well this year.
I would think we will.
That's like the
Stetson Blaylock. 6'11". It's up to 23.2.
Good one right there for Brent.
It wasn't as big as that.
That was a good. That was a good one,
yeah,
man.
It wasn't as big as that.
4.
I don't know why they keep on. I got a good hook set on him.
Definitely would have called a 1.4, a 110, or a 114.
He's got some headroom, some cullable space there.
Yeah, I mean, I felt everything felt right on it.
Like Such just mentioned Blaylock, he's slanking around enough to try to make 4 top 10s in a row.
Ooh.
If he gets in there, he's 14th right now. He had 17 and change yesterday, 23, 2 today.
There's going to be some prizes with a couple guys off Bass Track down there. Menendez among them, Snowden.
I think it's fair to say everybody that has tuned in to Bassmaster Live today cannot thank them enough. That social media splashdown by Ron Moore. We see our anglers standing in line all intimidating like with their marshal/referees. What? No?
Intimidating like?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's funny like. Weigh-in coming up at 4 Eastern time right here on Bassmaster.com. The overs, the 24 pluses, those are the fish we'll see at the weigh-in. Ones like that right there from Luke Palmer yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff on the way for you.
Texas Zavala Kid Devil Slough.
Big day Saturday, and then Sunday we're back with more Bassmaster Live. 2 days of fishing remaining. I feel like we've been through a week's worth of fishing.
Get you some of that!
Yes, I did.
Yes, we did.
You've got Lee Livesey, local favorite, below the cut. Scott Canterbury tied for AOY below the cut. It's getting crucial in the last 30 minutes.
Things are getting mashed around here a little bit.
Fair to say, one of the best Bassmaster Live days I've ever done with you.
Gosh,
Tommy.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Whoa. We try that high five again.
Thank you.
Didn't work out. Glad we didn't get that on camera.
It's all right, though.
Gotcha. Woo!
Chad Pipkins, he is. Drew Cook, we're going to have a camera with him, it looks like, on Sunday.
In your mouth.
Yeah, Drew Cook, the two Drews.
Get some of that.
I am going to an Ohio State, Michigan State game with that, too.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Big one for Chris Zaldane. He needs another one, Ron Moore. You said it.
Swim blade hook, all the way gone.
Zaldane about 18 pounds behind our leaders.
Fun day.
Mm-hmm.
Biggin. Oh, my God.
And here's the best way to put it. I've got a feeling by the end of this, though, we're going to have a ball game.
Do you?
I got a feeling.
I like to hear that.
Yes,
I love the sound of that. Nobody wants a runaway, despite what we've seen today. Hats off to Chad Pitkin. Great stuff. We'll see you on Sunday.
Yeah. New personal best. New personal best. That's got to be a 10-pounder. New personal best. Oh, my God. New personal best. New personal best. New personal best. New personal best.